Right, in this full UI5 course, you will learn everything you need to know to get started with UI5. This course is perfect for beginners who have a little bit of JavaScript experience. It's great for ABAP guys who want to learn more about the front-end side of things. And it's also great as a general refresher for your UI5 skills. The course itself will eventually wind up with you having a app that looks similar to this, and it follows each individual step of the SAP UI5 walkthrough, from step 1 all the way through to step 38. Some will go into more details, some we'll go through but in a more general way, and we'll leave that for sort of a separate video on each topic. So for example, unit testing we go through briefly, but not in a huge amount of detail. Same thing with accessibility, because those sections require their own sort of course. But for the most part, we go through all of the basics, and the walkthrough itself is something I've been through over a dozen times. I jump around and look at various things just to refresh my mind. And I find it incredibly helpful, which was the reason for the course. So obviously, going through the video, you can jump around pretty much as you want, and you can always use this as a reference when you're actually building parts of the application. Each step in the video is handled by a commit in this UI5 repository on my GitHub. So you can come here, and if you want to start from any particular step, you can browse the files, and you can just simply download the code or open it up in GitHub and continue from there. So you're more than welcome to jump around as you go, using the commits as a guide for whatever step you happen to be on. So I'm going to be running all of these, this example from my local machine using Visual Studio Code. So your code will eventually look like this, and I'm running this on my local machine. So alongside this, I'll be using the UI5 CLI. So we'll be doing things like UI5 serve, which will help us actually serve the app locally. And the reason we're using the UI5 CLI and Node is because you will eventually run into a cause issue if you try and do this sort of on your local machine as it is, and you will eventually run into this issue, and unfortunately, being a vulnerability, it'll be quite hard for you to do a workaround. You can work in the SAP Web IDE and configure things like destinations for your remote OData services and get around this. That's up to you. But if you want to follow this course from start to finish, we're going to use your IDE of choice like Eclipse or Visual Studio Code, the UI5 CLI, and obviously Node to run the server. So again, the cause issue will be linked in the description below, so have a look for that, because it's tripped up many developers, including myself. I think it's step 26 or 27, we will create a remote OData service for the first time using Northwind. This, again, because of the cause issue, won't work. There are workarounds that will be available to you if you want to continue that way, but otherwise we will continue from that step using a mock server, which is in any case an SAP based practice. So look out for that as we go. That'll be a change there. And I hope it winds up helping you guys. Let's jump right in. So now in the prerequisites section, we're going to get our local machine ready to run any code we write using Node. So we're effectively setting up a Node server with the UI5 tooling as well. If you're using SAP Web IDE, you could skip this step, but if you're working on your local machine, which I'm sure most of you are, I'm going to follow along through all the different steps so you know exactly what I did to get going. So the first thing is, this is also going to overlap with section 1 or step 1 a little bit, which is fine because obviously things have changed since they created the walkthrough, and we're going to run it in the more sort of modern way, I guess. So first step is going to be creating a new folder. So we're inside our project folder, whatever you've called it, and now we're going to create an app folder, which by naming convention we're going to call web app. And we're going to leave this here for now. And the next thing is we're going to start with the UI5 CLI and make sure that's installed. It's already installed for me, but I'm going to run through it with you, and then we'll go from there. So you run npm install globally at UI5 CLI. Let that run. Brilliant. And to verify the installation, we can run this command, which is UI5 help. And if it is successful, you'll see all your different UI5 commands here that you can use. So that's obviously successful for us. Now we need to enable an existing project. So we've already got our project folder, and we've got our web app folder in here as well. So we are going to enable it to work with the node server. So the first thing we need to do is create our package.json file, and to do that, which would be the same in any other node project, you type npm init yes, and that'll just create the package file with everything we need. So all the details are set there. Then we need to generate a UI5.yaml file, and that is UI5 init. And there we go. So now we have a package.json file, and obviously the UI5.yaml file. Briefly, this package.json file just holds metadata related to the project. This file is used to give information to Node or npm and allows it to identify the project as well as handle the project's dependencies. The UI5.yaml file, on the other hand, is the project's UI5 tooling kind of configuration file, I guess. So that's a sort of in a nutshell what they do and what they're there for. So now that we've done that, we need to install the dependencies. But before we do that, so for example, if you just went ahead and typed, so we're going to use the SAP UI5 dependencies because we all work with SAP UI5. So we're going to pick up an error now when we try this. So UI5 use SAP UI5, and depending on the version, you can obviously choose that version. Here we're going to use the latest version just because most of the stuff we develop on our side is in SAP an SCP or SAP Cloud Platform, so that always runs on the latest latest UI5 version when we eventually do deploy. So you'll see it says error message, failed to read manifest.json file. Creating the manifest is also a step further on down the process. We're going to be doing that a little bit earlier, just so that we can set up our CLI and our node server to run our project. So you will see this come up in one of the sections obviously coming up. So for now, we're going to go ahead and go into our web app folder and create that manifest.json file. There'll be a lot of data in there that won't make sense if you're fairly new to this. Don't worry, we will cover it in a future section, but we just need it there for now to get our local project running. So we're going to create a new file, call it manifest.json, and this will be linked down in the description, but I'm just pulling the data directly from the SAP documentation, And you can see there's a lot of stuff here that we're going to go through, but for now we're just going to pull it all and add it in here. Then we just need to make a few changes. So we'll just hide the folder structure for now. So if we just scroll through, you'll see we have a few issues here and there. So the first one is handle validation. We're going to leave that as false for now because that's not part of the scope of this section, but we will get to it. Content densities, I'm going to run everything as false because we just want a standard layout. Again, we'll get to all of this as we move down the line. Oh, and we just need to add a comma there. Right, so we've got no issues here. We should be able to save, and that looks good, so we can close that. So now that we have everything all set up, we're going to go ahead and follow on step 1, where we're just going to create a hello world or hello UI5 HTML file that we're going to display in the browser here. So we're now going to go into the web app folder, and we're going to create a new file called index.html, and I'm just going to copy across the HTML code here because it's pretty straightforward. It's very standard HTML. You've got your head section, a title, your body, a div with hello world, or we could just say hello UI5. And all that's going to happen is this text is going to be displayed. So if we go ahead and save, let's just close all of this. Now that we've gone ahead and saved that, to now run this or start running and testing things, we just simply use the UI5 CLI and type UI5 serve, and that should run it on this localhost address here. So we can go ahead and follow that link, and if we type in /index.html, there you are. So the next section we are moving on to is bootstrapping. And what that means is when you run a SAP UI5 application, you need to load and initialize things. And when you initialize SAP UI5 resources, it's called bootstrapping. And once the bootstrapping is finished in our app, we are going to tell it to load a simple JavaScript alert. So we're going to run a script in the index.html file, and we're going to pull that, we're just going to copy it directly from the documentation. And so you've got your ID, which is pretty straightforward, your source, so this is going to pull it from a content delivery network or CDN network online. Wouldn't recommend doing that. If you're running a production app, you should obviously have your resources or the source of your SAP UI5 libraries and things set so that it doesn't change, which obviously it would change here. But for now, for demo purposes, we can call it from this CDN URL here. UI5 has different themes, which you'll see shortly. We're just going to choose the Belize theme. The libraries, this is just probably one of the more standard ones, one of many, but it's sap.m, so it's one of the libraries. The compatibility version must be set to Edge or sort of the latest. That's what that means. We need things to run asynchronously, so we set that to true. The difference between synchronous and asynchronous you can look up online yourself, but effectively asynchronous means we can run when our resources load, they don't wait for each other to load, so it doesn't load one, then the other, then the other. They will just sort of load as they would load, if that makes sense. So that's what asynchronous means. Then we have to set our onInit module. So if you sort of follow this folder structure, this folder structure is determined or is sort of masked here in the resource roots, and it's telling it that just for this sort of demo purpose, but more or less to understand how the folder structure actually works, it's setting it to this home folder, which is here, web app. Now in doing that, it's saying SAP UI demo walkthrough, which is put here, so it comes to your web app section. Look at the index file. Now we're going to create an index.js file because we shouldn't really be running any JavaScript in the HTML file itself. So that leads us on to the next point, where we're going to go ahead and create in our web app folder an index.js file. So let's go ahead and do that. Now in this index.js file, we are going to put all the application logic we're going to use. So again, that's to avoid any executable JavaScript code in the HTML file. So to do that, we call sap.ui.define, and we open that up like that. Now once we've got that, we need to go ahead and create a function, and in that function we're not passing anything yet. We open up our function call and we call use strict, which we'll explain in the sections further on, but yeah, don't worry about that for now. Then once we've got our sap.ui defined section here, we're going to call a function, and inside that standard JavaScript function, we're going to call our alert. So, alert, and we're going to say UI5 is ready to go, and we're going to put our braces there, and we're going to go ahead and save. So we've got our index.html file with our script ready to go. We're telling it where to find the index.js file, which is here, and this has been mapped like that using resource roots. In our index.js file, we're calling a function, and in that function we're just simply going to call an alert. So this isn't even a UI5 control, it's just a standard JavaScript, a vanilla JavaScript alert. So now if we save that, we should be able to refresh. No, what's gone wrong? Let's try Control F5. There we are. So if for whatever reason it doesn't load when you refresh, it might need a hard refresh. So Control F5 I think does that on Windows. I don't know what, I think it's Command F5 on a Mac. But here you go. Here is your, we can refresh it again. So the hello UI5, which is here, is still here. But then in our index.js file, we start to build a control or a vanilla JavaScript alert, which is what we've done. So if we refresh, as it runs in the background and loads, you get your alert. So now what we're going to do is we're going to replace this text with an actual SAP UI5 specific control. And we're going to do that over here, where we'll actually add the control and pass it in, and we're going to remove this, and we're going to actually assign the body an ID and add the control here to that particular ID. So what we're going to do first is remove this. Then we're going to come to our index.html file and we're going to remove that. And in our body tag, we're going to call a class called SAP UI body, which will just give us a bit of SAP specific formatting for this particular body section. Then the important thing now is to add an ID, and we'll call this content. And so now that we've given this an ID, we're going to go and save it, and we're going to go and first off we need to pull in our text control, and to do that we need to use the SAP namespace. So it's sap/m/text, and now that we have that here, we need to pass it into our constructor here for this JavaScript object. So we just add the text part, so we just add the end bit, and then once we're in here, all we need to do is create a new object. So new text, and within that object, or within the text control rather, we'll have a whole bunch of attributes, and so in this case we're just going to call the text attribute, and that text will be what is displayed, and we'll call it hello UI5. Whoops. Now we've got this this text control here. We need to call the placeAt method to place it at content, and that content is going to be in the HTML file here. And so we should see this still appear when we refresh. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, and just double check this, that's all fine. So if we press Control F5, let it load. So if this happens, you just need to rerun your server if something like this happens. So again, we just call UI5 serve, and there we go, we're running again. So we can go ahead and refresh, and there you go. And you can see the formatting has changed slightly. The font and things has changed a little bit. So we now have that text here, but we're pulling it through an SAP specific text control from the SAP M library, and we've created that new control in our index.js file, and we've placed it at content, which is the ID of this body tag. So now what we're going to do is we are going to create a separate standalone view to place our text control in. And SAP supports quite a wide range of views, and you can write them in XML, HTML, and JavaScript, but they recommend XML because it produces more readable code, and it also forces you to separate your view declaration from the actual controller logic. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a separate view folder, a separate view file, and then we're going to create the view here, and we're going to call it in the index.js .js file. So underneath web app, we're going to create a new folder called view. Then we're going to physically create our XML view, and we're just going to call it app.view.xml. Then we're going to open up our tag here, and let's just close it while we're here. So now what we want to do is we need to bring in the text control and also the SAP MVC assets as well, which is fairly standard, and I won't go into too much detail on that. But effectively what you would do is you would call XML NS, and we want the sap.m library, so we're going to pull that in because that's where our text control is from. And then we're going to call XML NS again with an alias of MVC, and aliases will come into play further on down the line. And this is going to be sap.ui.core.mvc. So now that we've got this library available to us, we can go ahead and add our text control and declare it. So all we have to do is call text and call the attribute that we called before, text, and that's going to equal hello UI5 again, for example, and we close that, and that's our control declared. As simple as that. So we can go ahead and save that. Now we need to move on to the index.js file, and we're going to it's going to change somewhat because we're not pulling the text control directly in here, but rather the view. We need to call the sap.ui/core/mvc/xml view, and then we need to change the importing parameter here to XML view to pull it into our constructor here. Now what we're going to do is get rid of this text control, and we're going to call XML view.create and open up our tags here, and then we're going to assign it the view that we are dealing with, so we call view name, and that's going to be sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view.app. And you remember before how when we reference this, it references the web app folder from the index.html file here. Remember that? So that's how we can call, or that's how the folder structure works. Then we go into our view folder, and then finally we call the app view, which is sitting over here, and that's it. So once we call that, we then come back on our promise, JavaScript promise, and we say then, once we have that, we call a function, and we're going to call our, or pass in our view, so we'll just call it oview, whoops, and then open up our function, and you guessed it, oview.place at content, to place it at content. And it is as easy as that. We'll go ahead and save that, and now it should do exactly the same thing, except it should place our brand new separated or modularized text control inside our separate view over here. So let's just make sure everything's saved, and if we go here and press Control F5. No, something's gone wrong. What's happened here? So because we're passing it in, this needs to be in quotations. My apologies. That's very important. So now if we go ahead and save and Control F5, there's the issue. It's place at. It was missing an E there. So if we go ahead and save that and refresh, or let's try Control F5, and there you go. Hello, UI5 again. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create a button, and we're going to create an event that when that button is clicked, we're going to have a pop-up. And we're going to do that in a separate controller. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull out, just like we did with the view, we're going to pull out the controller, reference it in the view, and create a new folder called controller and have our controller available there. So there'll be one view and one controller. So let's go ahead and jump into our view first. And now that we're in here, we need to create a reference to that controller. So we're going to call it, we're going to call the controller name, and that's going to come from SAP UI demo walk through, and then dot controller for our controller folder, and app, because we're going to call it app.controller. And now that we've got that, we're going to remove our text control and we're going to put in a button. Now we can just call this because this button is also available in the sap.m library. So we can call that straight away just like we did with text. So we're going to go button, and we're going to give it the text property. So the button will have text inside of it that says say hi, for example. Then we want to call the press event by calling this press, and we want to call the method. So we're going to create, or the function rather, the on show hello event, and we're obviously going to put something in that event to happen, i.e. the pop-up. So we're going to call this on show hello as the event, and we can go ahead and save that. Let's format. Brilliant. Now what we're going to do is create the controller. So under web app, we've got our view, and we're going to create a new folder called controller. Then under controller, we are going to create an app.controller.js because we're going to write our controller in JavaScript. Now that we're in here, we can start with our sap.ui.define. And once we've opened that up, we need to bring in our MVC controller assets. So we are going to call sap.ui/core/mvc/controller. Now that we have that, we're going to call our constructor function, and we're going to pass in the controller, which is from here, and this is the, again, SAP naming convention. And now that we have our function, we're going to call use strict, and as I said before, the use strict is a literal expression which was introduced with the ECMAScript 5 sort of a line of items, and it basically tells the browser to execute the code in a sort of strict mode, and effectively helps detect potential coding issues at an early state at development time. And I mean, for example, it will make sure that variables are declared before they're used, etc. And so it's just there to stop sort of basic JavaScript pitfalls. And so that's its function. So now, once we've got that, we are going to return controller dot extend, and once we've got that, we are going to close it off, and let's just move this out the way, and that should be fine. So everything we've got here is sort of the standard or basic controller layout. We're pulling in our controller assets here, we're pulling it into our constructor function, we're telling it to use strict, so we're keeping our JavaScript fairly strict in this case. Then we want to return the controller, and once we we're going to return the controller and extend it by adding in the functionality in this next section, which is where we're going to put our onShow hello event. So once we've got that, we can go ahead and add our sap.ui.demo.walkthrough. So we're going to call where this controller is actually located, as we did with the view, and that's our app controller. So now that we've got that, we're going to call, or we're going to rather implement the logic for our event. So we're going to go on show hello, and that event is going to trigger a function where we are going to show a native or vanilla JS alert, and just like we did before, alert hello there, and we can save that. So in our view, everything we've got is here. We've now got a new button with the text that says hi. Then when you press that button, call this event, and this event is kept in the controller, which is referenced here. Here's our controller. We've pulled in with the SAP naming convention all the controller bits and pieces that we need, passing into the constructor function our controller, using strict JavaScript, and we are going to return our extended controller, which is located here. And in doing that, we are going to we've just simply got one function or one event, which has a function that alerts, as a vanilla JavaScript alert that says hello there. So we're going to go ahead and save that, and save our view as well. And if we press Ctrl F5, and now if we go ahead and press on the button, there you go. There is your alert. And that's all be implemented within the new controller that we've created. Now we're going to move on to modules, and modules are just basically resources in SAP. So we're going to add a module or resource here, which will allow us to call the message toast from the sap.m library and replace the alert with this message toast. So we go ahead and put in a comma and add the new module, sap/m/message toast. Then we need to take this, pass it into the constructor, like that, and we can get rid of this alert, and we can call message toast dot show hello there. And we can go ahead and save that. Then we can go and press Ctrl F5. And if we click our button, here's our message toast at the bottom. Right, now what we're going to do is we're going to add an input field control to our app. We're going to bind its value to the model, and we're going to bind that same value to the description of the input field, and we're going to use that using a JSON model. So just like we worked with the modules before, we need to add the JSON model to that same section. So in the appcontroller.js, we are going to go and add sap/UI/model/JSON/JSON model. Now that we have that, we need to bring it into our constructor function. So we just take that and add it in there. Now what we're going to do is we're going to call, or we're going to access the onInit event. So this is the initialize event that happens right at the beginning, which is where we're going to set and create our local JSON model. So we call the onInit event in the controller. And we pull our function and we open it up. Oh, whoops. I put that in the wrong place. Just pop that down there. And we can just pull this up a bit higher. There we go. Don't forget between your functions to put a comma. Now that we're in here, we are going to set the data model on the view. To do that, we are going to first create a variable. Let's call it OData. And we're going to set this in JSON format. So we're going to put in a recipient, for example, and that recipient is going to have a property called name, and we're going to just say, let's just say UI5, for example. Now that we have that, we've got this OData JSON object here. Now we need to create the JSON model, and then we need to assign it to our XML view so that the XML view can access it. So the first thing is to create a model, a variable for the model, and we'll call it OModel. Again, we're using Hungarian notation here. And we are going to set with the new JSON model that we brought in. So new JSON model, and placing that OData object we created up here, which is in JSON format. Then we call this .getView to get the view itself, and then set model model, that's it. Let's go ahead and format. Lovely. Now we're going to go ahead and in our view, we're going to create the input control. So underneath our button, the input also comes from the sap.m library. So we can just go ahead and add that. And the properties are going to be the input value. So the value you'll see in the input itself. And now is where it gets interesting. We're going to pull it directly from the OData model. So we reference so now we have the OData model ready and attached to our view. We call the recipient. And inside the recipient was the name property. So here's our recipient / name property. And that's it, really. So now we've got the value there. We are going to add the description, that's brilliant, equals hello. And note we're combining the text and also a call from the JSON model itself. And again, /recipient /name. And we also want the value to update in real time. And so we call the value live update property, set that to true. And finally, let's give it, I don't need to add the commas here. And finally, let's give it a width of 60%, for example. Lovely. So we've got the value that's going to be in the value section of the input control. It's going to say in the description, hello, recipient name. The value live update is true, so as we update it, you'll see in the front end it'll update automatically, which will make sense now. And we just set the width to 60%. So we can go ahead and save that. And it's important to note that for the live update to work, we need to make sure we have set, which we already have, this compatibility version to Edge. You can also set another property called SAP UI binding syntax to complex. You can do either or, but this does a few other things, including setting that complex binding as well. So we don't have to worry about that. Now, if we go ahead and save, our server is still running. So if we go to browser and press Ctrl F5, I forgot to close off the input control. That's quite important. So if we go ahead and Ctrl F5 again, so now it says hello there still. Now if we adjust this, it should say hello UI5. Now it's not doing that, so let's have a look at our XML and see where we've gone wrong. So there was a spelling mistake. So that's very important. Check your spelling. So now if we go ahead and save, Control F5. So there you go. You've got hello UI5, which is in the description, and you've got UI5 in the value over here. Now, if I had to type something like John, it changes in real time. And there you go. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add the translatable texts. And what that means is we're going to move all of the, or some of the texts, depending, to an I18 file, so a separate resource file that we're going to point to in a minute. And this way you can keep all of your various texts that you would reuse throughout your application, and you can have them in one place where you can then translate them into different languages. Yeah, that is called internationalization, and it's done with an I18N file. So SAP have got a special resource model that they use, or that they let you use to achieve that. And let's go ahead and add it. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go into our files, and under the web app file, web app folder rather, we need to add a new folder called I18N. And under there, we're going to add our I18N .properties file. And there we go. Now that we have that, we're going to put in our two texts. So we'll call the first one show hello button text. So that'll be for our button. And that'll be say hello. We don't have to worry about apostrophes and quotes and things like that here. And then we're going to call another item hello message, and that's just going to be hello. Whoops. And that is how we add a parameter, which we'll use in a second. So our I18 properties file is set. That's all fine. Now let's go ahead and pop back into our controller, and let's get rid of that for now. Now we need to bring in our module. So just like we did before, SAP/UI/model/resource, because it's a resource model, and RESOURCE model. There you go. And then we need to bring it into our constructor function just after JSON model. And now we can work with that in here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to we need to create and set the model. So the first thing we're going to do is underneath our model here, we'll go ahead and create the next one. So we're doing this all again in the onInit event, which is the initialization event that happens at the beginning when the app loads. So let's put in our comment, set I18N model on view. Then let's create our variable I18N model. No, that's camel case, and that is going to equal new resource model. And let's open that up. And our properties are going to be bundle name. And that's going to be sap.ui.demo.walkthrough, just like we did before, .i18n for the I18n folder and the I18n file itself. Then we're going to move on to the supported locales, and that is going to be left as an empty object. Let's just do that. Whoops. Nope, square brackets, and that's going to be left empty for now. We don't really have to worry about that. And the fallback locale will also be kept blank, but I think these are you need to put these in there. You have to put them in. I can't remember the word, but yeah, they need to be there. So that's all fine. Now that we have our I18N model, we need to set it to the view. So this dot get view dot set model, and it's the I18N model, and we're going to give it an alias. and we're just going to call it I18N. So this second part here is just simply giving it an alias, and then that's how we'll refer to it further down. So we can go ahead and save that. Now on our onShowHello event, we are going to read the message, and we're going to read the message from our I18N model, and we're going to show it. So let's put that down, and we're just going to put in our comment, read message from I18N model. So let's go ahead and create our bundle, resource bundle. So our first variable is object bundle, and that's going to be this dot get view dot get model, and again calling the alias I18N, and get resource bundle, get resource bundle, which is from our bundle name here, which we've specified. Then we're going to create another variable called sRecipient, and that's going to be this dot get view dot get model dot get property, and we're going to get our recipient name. So recipient name, and once we've got that, we can, so obviously this recipient name is coming from our original JSON model up here, /recipient/name. Now we're going to create our message. So var s msg equals o bundle dot get text, because we want to get the text from our bundle, and we're going to ask it for the hello message, and I'll show you that now. Hello message, and that comes from the hello message here. That's what we're referring to. And then we're going to add in the S recipient, which we have created here as a variable. So we can finish that off. And now we're just going to show the message. And just like before, message toast.show, and we call our variable S message. And we save. And so if we go ahead, Control F5, and then if we click on say hi, hello UI5, hello coming from here. And then if we had to change that to something like hi, refresh again, it would say hi. There you go. So let's just put that back to hello. Now what we're going to do is we're going to change our button text to reference the show hello button text and to say hello where it says say hi at the moment. So we need to go back to our view, and in our button it says say hi. All we do is we reference it like this. So now we're in the XML view and we reference it as an I18N / show. Let's rather copy it so we don't make any mistakes. Show hello button text. And so this should now pull from the resource bundle, which the view has access to. And if we save, refresh, sorry, it's not a slash, it's a greater than sign. My apologies. So the greater than sign sits here, and if we go ahead and refresh, it changes to say hello. And there you are. So now what we're going to move on to is the component configuration. And what that means is we're going to take all of our UI assets and we're going to encapsulate them in a component file that is independent from our index.js file. And so we make it independent and reusable. And so from now onwards, we're going to be accessing all of our resources relative to this component file. We're going to take pretty much all of this data that's on init or in the initialize section, and we're going to put it to be loaded in the component file. So under web app, new file, component.js. And now that we are in the component, we are going to open up our sap.ui. Whoopsie. We're going to open up our sap.ui.define. And now that we've got that, we need to pull in our UI component module. So that comes from the SAP namespace /UI/core/UI component. Then we need to pull in our JSON model. So just like we did before, it's SAP/UI/model, or we can actually just copy paste it, I think, just to be on the safe side. Then we also need to add our resource model for our I18N internationalization file. We can just go ahead and pull this as well. Now that we have that, we need to open up our constructor function. And we need to pull all of these values in. So the first one is our UI component. Whoops. Then we need our JSON model. And finally our resource model. Then we can go ahead and open up our function, making sure to use strict to run that strict JavaScript check. And then once we have that, we need to call return UI component. And we need to extend it just like we've done in the controller. Extend. And we're going to extend our component file. So sap.ui.walkthrough.component, because it's in the component file is not in any folder, it's just in the web app folder, so we can call it directly from there. Then we need to add a few parameters. So the first one is our metadata, and that metadata object is going to hold our root view. So we're going to tell it which view to use as our root view. Root view. And our attributes are view name. We need to put these in quotes. View name. And that's going to be the sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view.app, because it's in our view folder and it's the app.view.xml. And the rest of the variables will be type. The rest of the attributes, sorry, will be type, and it's an XML view. We want it to run asynchronously, so async, true. Oops, we don't need quotes for booleans, true. And we're going to give it an ID of app. So ID app. Now that we have that, we can call our, let's just save that first. So now that we have that metadata in, we can go ahead and call our initialization event and reference that, which is init. And we open up our function. And in this function, we're going to first of all call the init function of the parent, the parent UI component from SAP, and that is UI component, just like we pulled from here, UI component dot prototype dot init dot apply, and we give it this arguments. Then we start setting our data models. So set data models. Now I'm going to be lazy and just copy this directly across. So our first one is that. And then once we have that, we need to set that onto the view. So I can pull this as well. Now, once I've got that, I can set the I18 model. So set the set I18N model. And again, I'm going to go and copy and paste from our controller just to make sure I've done it properly. And I'm going to go ahead and save. And so far our component is looking good. So we can double check everything is fine. And what's the problem at the top here? We just need to get rid of that. Perfect. Now let's go and tidy up our app controller. So all we need now is to leave this behind, because this controller is going to handle the events that happen specifically with the view. So we can take away all of this, including the onInit event. And let's just format that. Perfect. So now all that's left is our onShowHello event call and our function that runs underneath there. And now, once we've saved that, we need to go back into our index.js file. And what we're going to do here is we need to create the component container instead of the view in our obviously the index.js file. And that's going to instantiate the view for us according to the component configuration. So the configuration we've got in our component. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. Let's go ahead and get rid of everything under here. Perfect. So first things first, we need to bring in our module, and that's going to come from SAP UI core component container. Yep. Then we need to take the component container and pass it into our function. And once we've done that, we can create a new component container. Open that up. And our attributes will be name. And we're going to call it sap.ui.demo.walkthrough. And we're going to add our settings. And that's going to be, we're just going to give it an ID in this case. So ID equals walkthrough, which is fine. And then we need to tell it we want it to run asynchronously. So async is true as the Boolean. And finally, according to our index.html, we need to place at content. That's a method call, so we need to put the dot there. Place at. And so we've done everything we need to do in our index.js file, calling our new component container. That component container is going to then sit it's going to be put in the index.html in the body section with ID content. We've moved all of that logic from our controller into the centralized component.js file, where we do things like in the init function, get all of our models and bits and pieces and assign it to the views, including our I18 model as well. And our controller is now far more tidy, and what it's now going to do is specifically work with the view and anything that happens in the view rather than what's happening in the app sort of to begin with. So it's doing the separation of concerns here and only handling what happens in the particular view that uses this controller. So let's make sure everything is saved. And if we Control F5 to refresh, it looks like I have incorrectly entered the view name. It's sap.ui.demo.walkthrough. My apologies. Now if we press Control F5 again, so the issue is me trying to copy paste things across, which can sometimes lead to issues. That specific issue is we shouldn't be getting any view here. We should just be setting the model directly. Do apologize for that. Copy paste when you can, but try and check your work and try and retype it, because it stops you making silly mistakes like this. So now if we Control F5, we are working again. There we are. Right, now coming in from the prerequisites and the step 1, we're going to talk about the descriptor, or rather the manifest.json file. So all application-specific configuration settings will now further be put in a separate descriptor file called the manifest.json file. And what this does is it clearly separates the application coding from the configuration settings, and it makes things even more flexible. So for example, with SAP Fiori, all applications within Fiori are realized as components, and they come with a descriptor file. And this is there so that they can be hosted within the Fiori Launchpad itself. So the Fiori Launchpad acts as a sort of container and instantiates the app without having a local HTML file for all the bootstrapping stuff. And so instead the descriptor file is passed and the component is loaded into the current HTML page, whatever that may be. And so this allows several apps to be displayed in the same context, and each app can define local settings such as language properties, supported devices, and pretty much anything else you can think of. And we can also use the descriptor file to load additional resources and instantiate models, like our I18 resource bundle, or any model for that matter. So we don't have to create one because we've already created it in the beginning. And what we're going to do now is just check a few settings. So the first one is in the sap.app section. The version we've got is 1.1.0, which is fine for now. The ID is going to be sap.ui.demo.walkthrough, and it's an application. The I18N now has a specific attribute, and so that comes from our I18N folder, and it's the I18N.properties file. Then we're just going to give this application version, 1.0.0, which is fine. And now the title of the application is going to come from the I18N file, which we're going to edit shortly, but this is where this is what it's going to be called, app title. And we can also put a description in, and let's just put our comma in for now. And inside there we're going to call it app description. And so we've got our version and everything, that's fine. Now we need to go to the sap.ui section, and you can set things like icons, favicons, and all sorts of other bits and pieces. The important thing for us is device types. So if you decide you have a very complex table app, you might go, I only want it on desktop and I want to set tablet and phone to false. But in this case, our app is going to be pretty straightforward throughout the whole course, so we're going to set these all as true. Then we have supported themes, which is fine. So there are quite a few attributes here which we're just going to skim past, but they obviously do a whole bunch of stuff, but it's just out of the scope for this particular course. The next section is SAP UI5, and this is where we are going to determine things like our models and our root view, etc., etc. So we're going to start off with our root view, and this is going to be an object, and in that object we have the view. Oh, sorry, this is in JSON format, so it's everything has to be in quotes, so it's view name, and it's sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view.app, and we're going to do the type of view, which is, you guessed it, XML. Then we're going to set it to run asynchronously. Async, true. And our ID is going to be set as app. Now you'll remember all of these settings because they come from one of our previous files. So let's just run through everything and we'll go and tidy up our component and controller and index.js files shortly. So we've got our root view. Then let's go and find dependencies. So dependencies, our minimum version for UI5, we're going to set it as 1.6, but again, depending on what project you're working on, this can be set to pretty much any version. Then the libraries we want is, in this case, just sap.m. And we're not going to worry about minimum version for now, so we can just close that up. And we don't have to worry about a second library at this point yet, so it's just one library that we've got. And now finally, we can deal with our models. First one being I18N, and the type is a resource model. And now we are going to put in our settings. And our settings are going to be in this object, bundle name. And our bundle name is sap.ui.model.resource model. Whoops. And then we need our supported locales and our fallback locales. So supported locales. And again, this is empty, but we need to put it in anyway. Whoops. And fallback locale is going to be that for now. So we put a comma there and we go ahead and save. Now we've got all these settings put in here. We need to go ahead and change a few things in our index.html file. And now that we're in here, we need to first change our onInit call. And so this is going to be, or we're going to change to rather, module sap.ui.core, slash core rather, slash component support. So now we're giving it support for the component, running it through like this. Then in our body section, we need to create a new div. And we need to assign that div a set of properties to allow it to be used by the UI5 runtime. So we're going to add in, the first attribute we're going to add in is data sap.ui dash UI dash component, and we're going to call data name, and that is going to be our sap.ui.demo.walkthrough, and our data ID is going to be container, and we're going to add in our final attribute, data settings, and that's going to equal, whoops, well, the attribute we're going to use is ID, and we're going to call it walkthrough. And so we can go ahead and save that. Now, where we referenced our app title and app description, and because we're now using our I18 properties from the manifest, we need to go back here and add them. So let's add, so this, for a comment you use the hash, and we'll call, this is for our hello panel. Hello, let's put capital panel. And here is our app descriptor stuff. And so let's copy that directly across. Title, app description, and app title is going to just be hello UI5 app, and whoops, app description, we'll just say a simple test app to learn UI5. You can do whatever you want. Right, if we go ahead and save that. Now we need to go to our component file, and you remember all of this stuff within the metadata. Now we are going to get rid of it, and all we're going to do is reference the manifest. And so all of that data is now going to sit and be referenced from the manifest itself. And if we go ahead and save, there should be no change to our app. Oh, and before I forget, we need to make sure we go ahead and delete our index.js file because we no longer need it. And we also need to make sure that we remove our I18 model call here because that's already now set in the manifest. So if we go and press Ctrl F5 again, show hello button text. So let's see what's gone wrong. So let's go and have a look at the manifest and see what's happened. So models I18N type, resource model settings bundled. That's the problem. My apologies. I probably copy pasted this incorrectly, but in our bundle name we need to reference our actual I18N file. So that's sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.i18n.i18n. So now if we go ahead and refresh, there we are. We are back to normal. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to add a page and panel to our view XML file, and we're going to put the input inside of it. And we're also going to put a few more controls around them so that we aggregate it properly and everything looks nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off with an app control. Then inside that we're going to have the pages control, and you can have, we're only going to have one, but then you have your page control inside. Underneath the page control you have your content, and inside your content you have your panel with a few properties, and then inside of that you have your input. So let's start off at the top, and we're going to just set display block to true. Then once we've done that, we're going to add app, and let's just close that off. Whoops. Then once we've got that, we can add our pages and close that off. Inside here we are going to have page, and we're going to give that an attribute of title equals, and we're going to add this to our I18N internationalization file. And so we reference that with I18N home page title, for example. That's perfect. So we close that off, and we close off our page. Perfect. Now under page we need to have content. And now within the content of the page, we're going to open up our panel. And it's important to note the spelling here as well. These do need to be in capitals, so just check your controls as you go along and read the documentation. So now within this panel, we're going to have header text equals, again from the i18n file, i18n hello panel title. And once we've got that, we now just need to close off our panel. Oops, capital P there, panel. And then we need to add the content again underneath our panel. And again, if you read the documentation, you'll know exactly what needs to go underneath. For example, a panel will need to have content, etc., etc. So we add content, close it off, and we can take our complete input and we can add it straight in there. Let's do a bit of formatting, and there we are. So if we go ahead and save and Control F5 to refresh, there you are. So you've got your oh, I see the button is sitting at the top here because it's not in the panel. Here's our button. So let's take our button, add it here just before the input, which is fine. Then let's refresh again. And there you are. There's your hello panel title. Oh, we still need to add our i18n bits and pieces here. So let's go into our i18n properties, and if we scroll down, we'll add our let's take this one first, homepage title, and we'll call that UI5 walkthrough. And let's go ahead and grab the hello panel title, pop that in, equals, and we'll just say hello UI5, save, again, refresh, oops, need to watch my spelling, save again, Control F5, and there you go. So now what we're going to do is we are going to deal with the shell control and bring it in as a container. So we're going to add a new root element for our app XML control here. And what that shell is going to do is it's going to take care of the visual adaptation of the application. And it's going to do that in relation to the screen size, and you'll start to see a sort of letterbox shape. So you'll see the borders on either side, and especially on, well, this is obviously on desktop screens, but for the most part you can add a few more sort of background details here if you want. And this is a sort of introduction into how the Fiori shell is involved in the application. But for now, we're just going to go ahead and add the shell, the shell here, and we're going to go ahead and close that off, and let's format the document. So now that our stuff is sitting within the shell control, if we press Control F5, you can't really see it on the screen, but if I expand it a little bit, there you go. Now you can see the app itself, which would have just been sitting in a single page and app. You now have this background sitting here, which is kind of where the Fiori would sit, the Fiori shell would sit around. So now we're going to deal with margins and paddings. And what you'll see here is the panel is sort of glued or stuck to the side here, which doesn't necessarily look all that nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the SAP standard classes, and we're going to use them to sort of dynamically and sort of in a way that works well with the SAP controls themselves. And we're going to apply those sort of stylings on top of it. So if I switch back to the code, we are going to first go and find our panel, and we're going to add the class attribute just like we would anywhere else, and we're going to call the SAP specific SAP UI responsive margin, or the SAP specific margins, and we want the width to be auto. Perfect. Now we're going to add some styling to the button itself. So if I just get this in line here. So now we are going to assign a class to the button that again calls the SAP UI small margin. So again, this is just a different type of margin that SAP has available. So SAP UI small margin end, and then we are going to go down to under the input. If I just get everything down here, just so you can see everything a bit more clearly, underneath this input we are going to add a text control, and in this text control, it should be capital TEXT, and I'm going to call the text attribute equals, and we're just going to say hello, again calling from our model just like we did before, recipient / name, and we just need to add a slash in front of recipient. So again, we're pulling that from our model. Then we're going to assign this a class as well, and we're going to use the SAP small margin class. So SAP UI small margin, and we'll just close that off. So now if we go ahead and save and refresh, what's the issue here? Let's go back and check the code. Panel, content, button, on show, hello. Here we go. Apologies. That should be at the end there, closing off that button control. So let's go back and Control F5. There you go. So now you can see the text is placed here. There's some nice padding there, and this button is just off here instead of attached directly to it, making the user interface much nicer to look at. So now we're going to move on to custom CSS and theme colors. But this particular section is something that must be treated with a fair amount of caution. I would recommend using the standard SAP theming and CSS that you have available. Any sort of custom CSS I think is probably more important if you need something very, very specific on your app that needs to be achieved through CSS. SAP will not offer to have it maintained as it runs through. So as new versions come through, you will need to recheck your CSS to see that it actually works. So we're going to run through this section just to show you how it actually works. But it's very important to remember that this needs to be taken with a pinch of salt and try and keep to the SAP standard as much as possible from a layout and CSS point of view. So the first thing we're going to do is we need to go to the manifest.json file, and we need to look for our SAP UI5 section, and we need to effectively turn on the resource for CSS. So underneath your resources, your CSS will be here. If not, you need to add it underneath resources. And our URI is going to be, we haven't created the file yet, but it's going to sit under the CSS folder, and we're going to call it style.css, which is fairly standard. We don't have to worry about an ID for it. So that's the manifest done. Now let's go ahead and create our CSS folder, which will be under the web app folder. So CSS, under there we're going to create a file called style.css, and this is where we're going to put our code. But before we do that, we need to, just like we do in normal CSS, we need to go and label the different classes in our view. So if we go ahead and find our view.xml, we're going to add the stylings in 3 places. So the first one is in the app itself. So we're going to call this class my app demo WT for walkthrough. Then we're going to add some styling to the button, where we're going to bring it a little bit closer together. And so we're going to replace the standard SAP margins, and we're going to call this my custom button. And then we're going to add a control, and we're going to, it's a formatted text control. So we're going to remove this, or actually we can effectively just edit this, it's fine. So formatted text, and this needs to be labeled as HTML text. Whoops. HTML text, and that's just going to call our hello recipient name, and our class is going to we're going to keep the SAP small margin there, but now we're going to add the color, the custom color. So first we're going to call this the SAP, or first we're going to call rather the SAP theme highlights as color. So let's just pop this. Oh no, wait. I need to open this up rather. So now we're just chaining our classes here. So we've got our class here. Now we're going to apply the SAP theme highlight, and then the as color, and from there we're just going to add the custom one, where we'll just call it my custom text, and we can go ahead and add our parentheses there and save. Now we need to go and add our style, our particular styles here. So we're going to reference, the first thing we're going to do is reference the left to right part of this. So you reference that, square brackets, dir equals LTR. And now that we have the left to right section, we need to add the my app demo WT, and we're going to add the dot my custom button dot SAP MBTN, and we're going to open that up. And now that we're in here, we are going to say margin right, and we'll give that a rem of 0.125. Perfect. And we're going to do the exact same thing, but for the right to left, for things like Arabic languages, for example. And that's going to be right to left. And save that. Now we're going to reference the, we're going to add, for these particular classes, we're going to add, let me just add them in here, demo walkthrough and my custom text. And in here we're going to add display inline block for that formatting, and we want let's just do font weight, set that bold. Perfect. So if we go back to our application and Control F5. All right, let's go back and take a look at our code. So left to right, that's all fine. Right to the, oh, sorry, this should be margin left, because this is going to be right to left, so the margin will be on the other side. But that won't stop it. Let's check our manifest, CSS. That comma shouldn't be there. So let's go back and save and Control F5. There we go. So there we've got some bold, the font being bold, which is perfect. That's all fine. That's also looking good. You can see this has changed a little bit. That's got a little bit smaller, but it's still got a bit of a space there. So yeah, that looks good. Right, so in this video, we're going to be dealing with nested views. And as the app becomes more complicated, we are now going to compartmentalize or move things around a little bit. And in this particular case, we are going to take the panel that we created, which is over here, and we're going to put it in a separate view with its own separate controller. And then we're going to tidy up the current controller or main controller, and we're going to do a reference in this section here. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to create a new view, which will be done inside of our view folder. And so we are going to call that the hello panel dot view dot XML. Then we are going to open up our XML tag here, view, and we're going to reference the controller that we will create shortly. Controller name equals sap.ui.demo.walkthrough .controller for the controller folder, and we'll call the controller hello panel as well. Then the XML NS tag is that, and that's going to be referencing our sap.m library. And now we just need the XML NS with the MVC alias, and we need to bring in the MVC artifacts. So that's sap.ui.core.mvc. Perfect. Whoops. We can close that off. MVC. View. Lovely. So now that we have that, we can go back and grab our fill panel here, and we can just take the lot of it, and we can cut it and paste it right in here. Let's format everything, and now that we've formatted it, that we can go ahead and save. So before we create the controller, we just need to reference it now that we have taken it out of the view of the main view. We're going to nest it in here, and we're going to call MVC, just like we did above, XML View, and we're going to give it the, we're going to add the attributes. So the first one is view name, and that's going to come from sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view.hello panel. Whoops. So again, referencing our folder structure, view folder, and the hello panel file. We can close that off. So that is fine. Now let's go ahead and create our new controller. And this is going to be called hello panel.controller.js. And now that we're in here, we are going to call sap.ui.define, and we can get rid of these. So we need to call the controller module and also the message toast module, because those are the two we're dealing with. So sap/ui/core MVC/controller. And SAP/UI/ that's SAP/M/message toast. Then we need to bring in these two into our constructor. Lovely. And now that we've done that, we can go back to our standard app controller, and we'll tidy this up in a minute, but we can then pull this out, and that'll stay as is. That's perfect. Brilliant. So we just need to wrap this up in our controller logic. So return controller.extend, and we need to extend our sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.controller, and referencing the new controller itself. Whoops. Hello panel controller. And we'll just shove that back in here. So it'll look exactly the same as the other controller. Let's run our formatting. Lovely. So that looks fine. All good. This one is going to sit fairly empty for now. We don't need the message toast module anymore. So we've just got our empty controller. This is all fine, extended. And let's go ahead and save. Save. Don't need the component manifest or CSS. Don't need that. So let's check that. Referencing our view and our brand new view here. So we've saved everything. Now if we go ahead and have a look at our code, our app output, and we press Ctrl F5, so the panel content is now refactored into its separate view, and there are no visual changes from the last step, but you can now see we've extended things and made the app a bit more clear to understand. So in this section, we are going to move on to fragments, and we're going to run a dialog fragment specifically. So fragments are a fantastic way to create reusable artifacts that you can use without the need for a controller. So a good example would be if you've got a form that needs to be opened at a certain point and you need a read-only version or an editable version, you can do that very quickly and easily with fragments. And you can design each part of the form to be read-only or editable based in each individual fragment. In this case, we are going to create a dialog, just a simple dialog, and we're going to call it and call it specifically from our view. And we're obviously not going to have a separate controller for it, but we're going to use our current controller to handle the logic. So let's go ahead and find our Hello Panel view, and in there we're going to create a button, and that button is going to be used to call this new dialog fragment. So we'll add some attributes to it, and we'll call this give it an ID of Hello Dialog Button. Then we will the text we'll obviously add to our i18n file. So we'll reference that in as the i18n greater than symbol, and we'll call it the open dialog button text. Oops. So let's go ahead and add that to our i18n file as we go along. And let's call that say hello with let's just say with dialog. Lovely. So that's that. Then we need to call the press event. So if someone presses on this button, this is what needs to happen, and it's going to be on the, we'll call our event on open dialog, and let's add a standard SAP class and just say SAP UI small margin end to give us a margin at the endpoint, and we can go ahead and close that off. So let's just format this. Perfect. So that's in line. Brilliant. So let's now go ahead and actually create the fragment. So in the view section, we are just simply going to add it like we would any other view. You can have a separate fragment folder if you want, but in this case we won't. So this is going to be called the hello dialog.fragment.xml. Brilliant. Now in here we open up our fragment with core fragment definition, and we call the XML NS, and we bring in our sap.m library, and we need the sap.ui.core library as well. So XML NS sap.ui.core, and we'll give this an alias. Sorry, that needs to be an equal sign, and this will be an alias of core, and that will equal that. Brilliant. And let's just close that off. Perfect. So now that we have that, we're going to call the dialog control from the sap.m library, and because it doesn't have an alias, we could just call it as is. So dialog, and we're going to give it an ID of hello dialog, and we'll give it a title of hello, and we'll call the recipient name again from our model, so slash recipient slash name. Perfect, and that's it. This is your little reusable fragment defined, and obviously you can add a form in here or whatever you want, but in this case it's just a dialog. So now we need to move on to our controller, and we're going to be using our Hello Panel controller specifically. So here we need to add our comma and call our new event, which is on open dialog, and we add our function. Oops, function. And now we're going to go ahead and call this fragment, but we're going to load it asynchronously. So I'll explain as I go. First things first is to declare a view, to get a reference to our view, and we just say this.get view. Perfect. Now we're going to create the dialog lazily, and to do this we're going to say if this dialog exists, open it, or else create it and open it. So if, so the first part is if the dialog does not exist. So if you cannot say this by ID and the dialog ID open, it's going to go ahead and physically create it if it doesn't exist. So if this or not this by ID, and it's the hello dialog. So if this by ID hello dialog does not exist, then then we're going to load it asynchronously, if I spelled that correctly, yes, that is right, load asynchronous XML fragment. And now we're going to call, we need to load our module first, so now we're calling the fragment module, so we need to make sure we add that, and that comes from the SAP/UI/core fragment module, and then we need to go ahead and bring it into our constructor function fragment. Perfect. So now we can call the fragment dot load, and we can go ahead and open that up. And now we're going to call the we're going to add the attributes ID, and that's going to be the view, the ID of the view rather, dot get ID. And then name, and the name of the dialog fragment is sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view.hello-dialog, again referencing our home folder, view folder, the hello dialog which exists there. And then we're going to use a promise So once this has got everything it needs, we then call a function, and we reference our dialog and add it as an importing parameter to this function. So this is referencing the fragment that we've just loaded in the promise. And we need to do two things. We need to connect the dialog to the root view of this component, and we do that by calling oview.addDependent, and then we goodialogOpen. It's as easy as that. So just so you can see what we're doing, connect dialog to the root view of this component, including the models and the life cycle. And so we call OView, which is referenced up here. So we've now got a reference to our view. Add dependent, and calling the dialog. So it's now added as a dependent. And thenodialog.open. And now that we have that, so we've now called the fragment. We've then so now if it doesn't exist, this hello dialog fragment, we load the fragment, and then after the promise, we then add it as a dependent to the view, and then we open it. If it does exist, else, so now we're coming back to the top of our if statement, else this.by id hello dialog open. So if the dialog does exist, just simply open it. So it works either way. So we go ahead and save everything there. We save our fragment, and then let's go ahead and test it. Control F5. So let's press F12 and see what went wrong. So now that we're in the Chrome console, if you see an error that looks like this with all of your XML code here, it's very likely that there's an issue with your XML somewhere, some small mistake. So let's go back and check our code. So okay, that shouldn't be there for starters. And let's check our fragment as well. Fragment definition, core dialog. I haven't closed off my dialog properly. Let's save that. So now let's see if that has had any effect. There you go. So check your XML for small mistakes, but here's our new say hello with dialog button referenced with the i18n file. Now if we click it, there you go. This is our little fragment with hello UI5 working perfectly. So now in this section, we are going to create a fragment callback. And what that means, or in this example, when you click this button, we want to have a little button here that says close this dialog. And to do that, we need to connect this fragment to the current controller that we've got. So it doesn't have its own controller, but it can be connected to our current controller. And so you can open it and close it as you want. So let's go ahead and head back to the code. And now that we're here, let's go to our Hello Panel controller, and where we've loaded our fragment, let's connect it to this controller. And by doing that, we just call controller this, and make sure we have our comma there. Then we need to create the function or the event that says when you click on close the dialog. So let's find the end of this and let's create our on close dialog event, and that is going to call a function with no importing parameters, and it's as easy as going this by id hello dialog dot close. Here we are. Let's do some formatting. Perfect. Now let's go back to our new fragment, and in the dialog we are going to, so within this dialog you have, and obviously you just need to read the documentation to see where I found this, but you can effectively add a button in here. So the way you do that is you call begin button. Oh, sorry, I just need to close off the dialog. So now within the actual dialog itself, within the initial attributes that we call, I'm going to say begin button, and in there I'm going to add my button, and that button, that button is going to have the attributes text equals, and we're going to reference our i18n file, and we'll call this dialog close button text, and let's wrap that up. So let's go ahead and add that to our i18n file, which is over here, and we'll just call that OK for now. So that's fine. Then the next attribute is going to be the event when you press, so the press event, and that's going to be the on close dialog event, and that'll be now that is referenced in our controller now that we've actually connected the controller. So that's fine. Dialog fragment is fine. Let's check our controller here. That's all good. So let's go ahead and check it. Control F5, and if we click on say hello with dialog, so let's have a look. Let's press F12 and have a look. Aha, it looks like another XML issue. So let's close this and go back to the code, and let's have a look at our dialog fragment. So we've got our dialog, that's all closed with our attributes, begin but, I haven't closed this off. So let's go ahead and close it off. So first thing, we need to close off our button, and then we need to close off our begin button. Begin button. Now this sort of thing might seem like a silly mistake, but when you are writing massive views and nesting them and calling fragments, these will pop up from time to time. So it's very important to double check everything. And that looks good. So let's go back and test. Control F5. It still seems to be the same issue. So we press F12. Looks like it's still the XML. So let's go ahead and check the code again and see. Dialog. Aha! I haven't closed off the top portion of my dialog. Again, silly mistake. There we are. So let's go ahead and check for a third time and see if this works. refresh, click on say hello with dialog. So it looks like we have another issue. So let's take a proper deep dive and see what the problem is. Oh, I've made a spelling mistake here. This should be close button. Let's go and change that here as well. Save and save. So dialog, everything, begin button, button, closing, again, silly mistake. This should be there. I'm pretty sure that was the main issue. So let's go ahead and have a look and refresh it again and see if we click the say hello with dialog. There you go. So again, check your XML, but here's our dialog fragment, and if we click OK, it closes it, and that's it, working, great. Right, so now we're going to move on to section 18, icons. SAP ship with quite a wide variety of icons to choose from, and in this section we are going to put them in two separate places so you can see how they work. So the first one is in the hello panel. We are going to add an icon to the button, to one of the buttons rather. So in your first button, your hello dialog button, let's go underneath ID, and just like any other attribute, we're going to add icon equals SAP icon, and this naming convention is found in the SAP icons sort of web page, which will be linked in the description. SAP icon / world, and we can go ahead and save that. Then let's go ahead and add an icon to our fragment, and we can also adjust the size. So let's go ahead and just before the begin button, again referencing the documentation when dealing with dialogues and fragments and all of that, we would add in a content section and close that off. And then under this content section, we would call a core icon. And now you can see where the aliases come in. So this is coming from the sap.ui.core library, and we've referenced it here with XML_ns, but then we've given it an alias of core. So when we reference it in the XML itself, we have a prefix of core, and then we add our icon. So now you can do this with all sorts of different libraries as you bring them in, like sap.ui.table, etc. So now that we have that, let's add some attributes. So source will be sap-icon, and this one will be the hello world icon. Now we can tell it the size, and we'll give it a size of 8rem, and we'll give it a standard SAP class, and we'll set the margin to SAP UI medium margin, and let's go ahead and close that off properly. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and check. So we're going to go ahead and refresh, and there's our first icon in the button, the little world, and if we click, there's our second icon. So in step 19, with the reuse dialogue section, we're going to expand our reuse concept and invoke the dialogue at the component level. So what that means is, if we take a look at our controller here, this section where we load up our fragment, we want to take it and we want to add it to the component, because if we didn't, we would have to rewrite this every single time in each of the different controllers if we wanted to reuse this in different parts of the app. So by taking this and putting it directly in the component file here, we can reuse it wherever we want and only run the code once. So let's go ahead and do that. The first thing we're going to do is in our component file, we are going to reference our hello dialog JavaScript controller, which we'll build in a second, but let's go ahead and add it as a module at the top. So now what we're doing is we're referencing the root folder, and we're calling the controller folder itself, and inside there will be the hello dialog file, which then we will bring through into our constructor function here. So let's go ahead under the controller and create our new file called hello dialog. We need to create a hello dialog.js. Oops, if I could spell hello dialog.js. There we go, that is everything we need there. So we'll come back to that in a second. Let's go ahead and continue with the component, and that'll make a bit more sense now. So now that we're in the component, we need to create or call the dialog rather, and also add an exit function, an exit event handler as well. So let's call set dialog, and then it's this underscore for, so whenever you use underscore, it's a naming convention for private methods in JavaScript. So hello dialog, and that's going to equal new hello dialog, and we're going to pass it in the get root control. So get root control, and that is fine. So let's just set that. So we've set this in the init function, so it's going to be called when it initializes. Then we need to add an exit function, an exit event, sorry, with a function that says this dot private method hello dialog dot destroy, and delete this dot underscore hello dialog to obviously really clear or clean things up. Perfect, so let's just format that. Lovely. So now that we've got our exit function, let's add our open hello dialog method. Sorry, my spelling is not fantastic. So on open hello dialog function, and within this we're going to call this private method, this dot private method hello dialog dot open. Brilliant. So we've got everything we need set out in our component. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take all of that logic that we had in the where is it here, in the Hello Panel controller, and we're going to expand it and make it reusable in its own JavaScript file here. So we start off with sap.ui.define .ui.define, and we open that up, And we bring in our modules. So we've got the SAP /UI/base managed object, which will make sense in a minute. And this is SAP/UI/core/fragment. Brilliant. Then we're going to open up our function here, and we're going to pass in our two modules and pass in fragment. Brilliant. So now that we have that in there, we can open this up, and as always use strict. Then we are going to, just like we did with the controller, except this is now a managed object, it's return managed object dot extend, and we're now going to extend our hello dialog.js file, and that is referenced at sap.ui.walkthrough.controller for the controller folder, and hello dialog for the hello dialog.js file. And once we're in there, we can open that up, and we can start off with our constructor, and that is going to be a function that brings in the view, which we would have passed in, and I'll show you that in a minute now, but that's a parameter coming in, and we reference and we allow this private attribute. So this view is going to equal the view we just brought in, which is over here. Then we're going to specify our exit function, our exit event, sorry. Then this is function, and this is going to be delete this underscore view. Perfect. Then the next one is going to be open, and this is where we're going to add all of the logic from the previous controller. So under open, we have function, not passing anything in, and we're going to create our view variable, which is view, view, and we're going to pull this from our private attribute, view. Oops. Now, just like we did before, we're going to create the dialog lazily, and if oview.byId, just like we did before, hello dialog. So if it's not there, this by ID hello dialog, if that hello dialog is not there, open up our if statement, and we create our fragment controller variable, fragment controller, and we open that up, and that's on close dialog, and we pass that function, and so it'll all make sense in a minute. I know it's quite a lot to take in as we go, but just stay with me. And dot by ID hello dialog dot close. Great, so we've got that there. That's our fragment. Brilliant. Now we're going to load the XML fragment asynchronously, just like we did before. Asynchronous XML fragment. And again, fragment dot load. And in here, we're going to pass in the ID, which is from our view variable dot get ID. The name is SAP dot UI dot demo dot walkthrough dot view dot hello dialog, and that again is our folder structure, so it's referenced in the view folder and the hello dialog fragment. And then we give it the controller, we give it a controller rather, and that comes from the O, just like we typed above, the O fragment controller, which is over here. Remember that? And once we've fulfilled that promise, then function passing in the dialog above, just giving it a name in the importing parameter here. And we're going to connect the dialog to the root view of this particular, or I'm just going to say of the component, because there's only one component. Of the component, models and lifecycle. Lovely. And so we call oview.add dependent dialog and dialog.open. Now that we have that there, we can run our else statement. If I put that in the wrong place, where's that end? Where have I put that? If there we go. My apologies. Else oview.byId hello dialog open, and let's go ahead and save that. Else. No, we don't need that. Close that. And let's just format our document. Brilliant. So we've got everything we need here. Now let's go ahead and reuse it. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to put it back in the Hello Panel controller where we used it before, so the functionality will be the same. Then we're going to add a little button at the top right, which will also reuse it, and you can see how easy it is. And again, there's a lot of code here that I'm going through. If it doesn't make sense, just keep rereading through and follow the chain of where things go, and it will make sense. So I really encourage you to take the time to really understand this, because if you can get your reuse components all running through the component file, you've got yourself a pretty robust maintainable application. So let's go ahead and save that, and let's go back to our Hello Panel controller, and we are going to get rid of pretty much everything else. all we do, so now on open dialog, when that event is called, all we do is this dot get owner component, calling the component, get owner component, open hello dialog, and that is literally it. So this open hello dialog sits here, and that runs through our whole process that we've just spent all this time putting together. So we can go ahead and save that. Now let's go back to our application controller, which is the controller assigned to the app, or kind of just so you've got your shell and then your app, which you'll see at the top line. Let's go to, where is it here? So before we add it in the controller, let's go to our app view, and inside our page we have our content section, and now we're going to add header content. So header content, and close that off. Header content, and in here we're going to add a button, and we're going to give that an icon of SAP-icon hello world, and then we're going to call the press event and tell it to call the on open dialog event, which we'll specify in the app controller shortly. On open dialog. So let's go ahead and take that name so we make sure it's correct. And again, don't forget to close off your button or any of your controls. Go ahead and save that. So then let's go back to our app controller. And all we're going to do is, on this event, let's just space that down, on open dialog, call our function, and in that function, just like we did in the other controller, this dot get owner component, getting the component file, or getting the instance of the component rather, I suppose it'd be more correct. Hello dialog, and there you are. So this event is whichever event you have in whichever of your views or controllers or whatever it is. All we've done is we've allowed us from anywhere in the app, instead of repeating all of that code, to just call this to get our fragment. And now that we've done that, let's go ahead and test it. Control F5 to refresh. So first things first, let's see if our button works. Alright, it's not working, so let's press F12 and see what's what. Cannot read property of open in the component. So let's go back and check our component and see. So open hello dialog, this dot hello dialog. Spelling mistake again. So let's go ahead and save that. That should probably work now. Refresh. Right, that's working. No, it's not closing when we click the OK button. So let's have a look. Controller. Controller. So let's see, there's probably an issue in our fragment perhaps. Let's see. So let's see, I probably typed in the controller at some strange point. So let's quickly controller, search that. Aha, there's the problem. So I've spelled incorrectly again. So if we go ahead and save that, and let's close this and refresh. and try one more time. Brilliant, so that works. Lovely. Let's try our new little button here, reusing it. There you go. Now that we have a good structure for our application, let's go ahead and add some data. So now in section 20, we're going to look at aggregation binding. And what that's going to do is we're going to add some JSON data, and we're going to reference it in our view and show a list of invoices. It's as simple as that. So let's go ahead and create our data. And we're going to do that in our web app directly, and we're going to create a file called invoices.json. And there's quite a lot of data here, so I'm just going to copy it across, which you can do the same directly from either the GitHub repo, or you can pull it straight from the SAP UI5 walkthrough, whichever suits you. So here we've got some data, product name, quantity, extended price, etc., etc. Now what we're going to do is we're going to reference this data in our manifest and create a model there. So let's just go ahead and save this. We don't need it anymore. Now if we go and find our manifest.json file, and if we look under the SAP UI5 section, models, what we're going to do is we're going to create an invoice model, and we're going to tell it what type of model it is, and it is a sap.ui.model.json.json model. Whoops. JSON model, and the URI, or the reference to it in our folder structure, or the location in our folder structure, is straight in our root web app folder. So we just reference invoices.json, which is where is it? Yeah, which is, you see it's just above invoices.json. So we can go ahead and save that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create an invoice list view, and then we're going to reuse or reference it in our app specific view. So let's go ahead and go to our view folder. Let's just close some of this up. Underneath our view folder, we're going to create a new file called invoice list.view.xml. Then in here, just like we've done with all of our others, we're going to open up our MVC tag view, and we're going to reference XML NS, and we're going to bring in our sap.m library and our MVC artifacts as well. So XML NS, again using the alias, and just like before, sap.ui.core.mvc. Lovely. So let's just close this off. MVC view. Brilliant. So now that we have that, we are going to open up a list control, and that's going to have some attributes, starting off with header text. And we're going to pull this again directly from our i18n file, following the naming conventions there, and let's call this invoice list title, and let's go ahead and as we go along, add it to our i18n file. And let's give that a, let's just make sure we know what we're referencing here. Invoice list, inv Oh, I apologize. And this is just going to have a title of invoices. Brilliant. So let's close that. And now if we go back to our attributes, let's give this a margin class of SAP UI responsive margin, which I use quite a lot actually. Responsive margin, yes, that's correct. We will set the width to auto, working in tandem with the responsive stuff here. Now comes the aggregation binding part, and all we do is we call items, so the items in your list. This could be a different attribute depending on what control you're using. This particular control uses items, so again, read your documentation. But the items are going to be from our model, and we're going to reference our model invoice / invoices. And so what that's doing is our invoice model, which is available here because we put it together in our manifest.json file, and we're calling the invoices which are over here. So the invoices is the JSON object effectively, and inside of that is all of these aggregated items which we're then going to display. So that's how we reference it there. Now once we're finished with that, let's just close off our list here. We now want to decide how we want to display those items, and to do that, again referencing the documentation, we have an items control, and let's just close that off. And inside the items control we have something called an object list item, and so let's just put it in and I'll explain shortly. Object list item, and we're going to give that a title, and that's going to be invoice quantity and invoice, sorry, I'm referencing that. So now we're chaining these two together, invoice product name. So what we're doing is, now that we have our items available, we want to display them in the items section as an object list item, and the title is going to be a combination of the invoice quantity and the invoice product name. So go ahead and save that, and that'll make much sense when we actually see the output. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and put it in our app XML view here. So here's the first one we called, and you guessed it, we're going to call the other one in the exact same way, MVC XML view, and the view name is going to equal sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view.invoice list. Close that off. And now let's go ahead and test it. Refresh. All right, it looks like we've run into an issue, so let's press F12 to get into the console. Nothing particularly clear here, so let's go back and check what we've got. So let's have a look. Object list item, invoice, there's a spelling mistake, excuse me, quantity, yep, that's correct, but I don't think that was the issue. Let's check our manifest. Needed to add a comma between this section and this section. My apologies. So that should fix it. Let's refresh. No, looks like we have an issue with our XML in our app view. So let's take a look there. View name. Aha. Quotation mark is in the wrong spot. Let's save that. Pretty sure this will work now. And there you go. So here's your list of invoices all laid out nice and neatly here. This is the quantity and the name with a little X there, just as we defined in our view. So the next section we're going to move on to is number 21, and that's data types. And here what we're going to do is add on a currency value and pull it directly from our model. And so if you had to look in the JSON format, you'll see that the quantity and price is in this sort of very simple standard format. What SAP allows you to do is to set these as currency values based on locales and that sort of thing. So we're going to go ahead and apply those that formatting and those data types on top of the JSON model values we've got here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to find our invoice list view. And what we're going to do here is we're going to attach this to a controller, which we'll create shortly. So we're going to specify the controller name, and that will equal sap.ui.demo.walk walkthrough dot controller dot invoice list. Brilliant, so we've referenced that. So let's go ahead and just create an empty controller for now. .js. Lovely, so we'll get back to that in a second. Now, in our object list item, where we had our title specified, we are now going to add, or we're going to include one of the attributes which is specific to the object list item, the number. And once we're there, we're going to add the data type and formatting. So we're going to start off with the parts attribute. And in here, we're going to specify the path to the value that we want to deal with. So there's two important points here. The first one is we're going to grab the invoice extended price. And then once we've got that, we're going to add the currency. But in order to do that, we need to add a currency model to our view and to our controller itself. So we're going to do that shortly in the controller, but just so you know where it's coming from, it's not coming from the JSON model itself, the invoice JSON model rather. So it's coming from view, currency, and that all looks fine. Then we're going to tell it what type. So the data type, and again, you can check the documentation for what data types you have. We're specifically going to use the currency data type from sap.ui.model. And so, whoops, let's just specify it like this, sap.ui.model.type.currency. And we're going to add some formatting options. So format options. And we're going to tell it not to show the measure, which is fine. False. And that's all good. So we have that there. That's all right. And the number unit is going to be the currency symbol itself, which comes from, whoops, need to reference this correctly, view currency. All right. So now that we've set the formatting for the number and the number unit, which are all attributes of the object list item, let's go ahead and jump into our newly created invoice list.js controller. Just like all the others, sap.ui.define. And we're going to pass in the two modules. The first one is controller and the other one is JSON, the JSON model. So sap.ui/core/mvc/controller. And the second one is the sap/ui/model/JSON/JSON model. Brilliant. Then we open up our function and we add in the controller. Oops. And the JSON model. And once we're inside here, we're going to use strict for our strict JavaScript checks. And we want to return, just like all the other controllers, return controller.extend, referencing this particular controller, sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.controller for the controller folder, and invoice list. And now that we have that, we can go ahead and add the onInit event. We want at that event, we want to call a function, and in this function we want to create a new JSON model with the currency and the euro, for example, attached to it, and then we want to set it to the model so that we're able to call it at this point. That's effectively why we're creating it. So create a variable called OViewModel. That's going to be a new JSON model, and that has one value called currency euro, because why not? But you can obviously add any value you want. And once we've got our model, we're going to say this .getView.setModel, and we're going to say OViewModel, and we're going to give it a simple to an easy to read alias that we'll remember, just called view. So again, setting your model and then giving it an alias so you can refer to it using this alias in your view, which we've done here. There's our alias. So let's save that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and check. Control F5. All right, let's take a look and see what the issue is. Failed to load invoice.controller.js from, it's a naming issue. So what I've gone and done is I haven't called this using the correct naming convention. It's actually invoice list.controller.js. That's very important. And while we're here, let's just double check our controller is actually functioning properly. So function controller JSON model return controller dot, okay, another spelling mistake. That's extend. sap.ui.demo.walkthrough controller invoice list. Fine. Our model's there. This.getView. Aha. Missing the brackets. Very important. So let's go ahead and save that and rerun. That should probably fix it. Let's see if anything else comes up. No, let's check again what's gone wrong. Uncaught in promise, something's gone wrong in the XML. So let's check. So object list item, title, aha. It's supposed to close off the XML control over there. Again, silly mistakes, but they will come up quite often. So now let's go ahead and refresh again. And there we are. It finally works. So now we have our 8710 6.85, and then from the other model we created in the newly created controller, which we needed to rename properly with controller in it, in the name, we've added on the euro. So there your prices are. Now we're going to move on to section or step 22, expression binding. Now expression binding is incredibly useful for adding little components of logic to your various attributes in your XML, in your UI5 controls to determine whether or not something needs to happen. So in this example, we're going to take the object list item and attach an expression that says if the number is the extended price is greater than 50, give us a number state of error or give us a number state of success depending on the outcome. And that attribute, error or success, will determine whether or not the number state is green or red, and consequently whether or not the actual number in the output is green or red. So it's quite straightforward and very useful once you get going. And again, you can apply this to pretty much any attribute you have, obviously within reason. So and again, check the documentation on expression binding, but once you understand it, it's fairly straightforward. So we are going to open up with an equals $, and the $sign is going to be used to reference the invoice extended price item or value. Then we're going to use shorthand in JavaScript to say if this value here is greater than 50, question mark, in quotations, error. So if this evaluates to greater than 50, set this as set the value of number state. So if this runs as it is, error will basically be the value of number state, which is what the attribute would be expecting as one of its possible values. Or if not, if the extended price is less than 50, the value of number state must be success. And in doing so, it will be green. So this is specific to this object list item, but obviously you could just change these values depending on the control that you're using. So if invoice extended price is greater than 50, evaluate, if true, error, or put the text error in number state, or if it's false, put success in number state. So if we save and take a look at our code again, take a look at our app again, refresh. Okay, we've run into a small issue. Number state. There's my spelling again. Something you will probably come up with quite often. So we've spelt that correctly, hopefully. Now if we save it and refresh, there you go. Above 50, evaluate to error, and error means it needs to be red, or that's the number state, and green if it's evaluates to false and is less than 50. And there you go. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add something called a custom formatter. And a custom formatter is just a JavaScript file that handles slightly more complex formatting options. So what we're going to do is we're going to add underneath the euros symbol here, we're going to add the invoice status, and we're going to format it accordingly. Let's go ahead and create our actual new formatter. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a new folder under web app called model. And normally you would have a model folder, but in this case we don't, so we're just going ahead and creating it. Once you've got your folder, you then add a file called formatter.js, and just like your controllers, when you want to pull in this particular object, you open it up with sap.ui.define and we're just going to run straight into our function. And don't forget to use strict. And we are going to return, we're just going to simply return our logic here. And so we're going to obviously status text, we're going to deal with the status text in this particular part of the formatter. So we're going to run our function with sStatus, passing in the status into the formatter itself. Then we need to get the resource bundle. So again, we're referencing the resource bundle because this is the where we're going to reference the actual invoice status, and so we can translate it, etc., etc. So resource bundle, and that's equals this dot get view dot get model, and we're getting our I18N model dot get resource bundle. Now that we have that, whoops, I just need to close that off and get rid of this. Now that we have that, we're going to use a JavaScript switch status. A JavaScript switch statement rather for the status, and we're going to pass in the status we brought in, and we're going to start off with case A, and we're going to return resource bundle.get text invoice status A. So we're going to pull that back in. Then I'm just going to, actually I'm going to rather type it out because we're not wanting to make any more mistakes. Case B, return resource bundle dot get text invoice status B and case C, return resource bundle dot get text invoice status C, and closing that off with default return a status. Brilliant. So let's just format that. Lovely. So case A, give us back this from the i18n file. Case B, status B. Case C, status C. If it doesn't fit any of these, just simply return the status. So now that that's done, we need to go into our invoice list controller so we can get rid of all of this stuff. And here's our invoice list controller. Now we need to bring in our formatter, and to do that we reference the model formatter, and we just go ahead and add that in there. And above the onInit function, we just simply pop in our formatter and reference the formatter. Perfect. So we've now got the formatter available, or making the formatter available through our controller to the view. Now let's go and find our invoice list view. So we don't need component, hello dialog. Where's our view? Invoice list view. Good stuff. And again, we're adding this in the object list item. And we're adding a control called first status, also from the sap.m library. And we can close that off. First status. And we're going to add another control, the control within, called object status. And that's going to have an attribute of text equals. And now this is where we add our logic. So I'm closing that off just to make sure. Now here we're going to specify the path, and the path is invoice status. So that is the where's our invoice list view? So here's our status. This is what we're referring to with A, B, and C. So that comes out of there. And once we have that, we obviously call our formatter. And that's the formatter. And the formatter obviously has the status text, and that is what we are going to reference. Where's my view? Over here. So formatter, the formatter object itself, and the method here or event, and we can close that off and save. So we've got our first status control here with an object status here. The text that it's going to show is going to come from the invoice model and specifically the status field. And the format we want to use is located here, and that's the method we're going to call inside of it. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and jump into our I18N file, and we are going to just go back to the with the formatter. We're just going to take these and add B and C equals, so invoice status A is going to equal new, invoice status B is going to equal in progress, and invoice status C is going to equal done. So we should see these in our front-end application. So let us go and have a look. And we go ahead and refresh. Alright, so we've popped another error out. Let's have a look at the console. Alright, it seems to be an issue in our JavaScript file. So let's go and have a look at that. So we've got our first status here. That's fine. That's all closed door. Aha. So if you look at the object list item, it runs all the way through to here. But because we're now adding in another separate control, we need to close that off like that. And we need to wrap it up in a full object list item. So instead of the control running all the way to this point, because we've now added a separate set of aggregated controls here, we have to close it off properly, just like we would normally. Now that should fix things. Let's have a look. Control F5. Alright, it looks like we've got another issue, so let's check the console, and it looks like a spelling mistake. So let's go back to the code and have a look here. Where's our formatter? There we are. Let's just double check resource bundle, that looks fine. So let's go back and check. Control F5. There we go, working now. So there's new, in progress, and done. All of our statuses loaded here and run through a separate JavaScript formatter. In the next section, section 24 or step 24, we are going to look at filtering. And we're going to look at an example of filtering through a search bar, a text search bar. And so what we're going to do is we're going to add the search bar inside the, or just above the list of invoices. And then we're going to run a event on the search attribute. And in the invoice list controller, we're going to add the filter there and apply it. So let's go ahead and head back. Let's just close some of these tabs. Getting a bit cluttered. And let's go ahead and open up our invoice list view. And in here, we are going to, first of all, find our list, and we need to give it an ID. And we'll just call it invoice list. And now that we have that, we are going to add a control called a header toolbar. And again, from the SAP.m library, we can just go ahead and add it. So it's called header toolbar. And let's close that off. Now that we have our header toolbar, we need to add another control underneath it called the toolbar. And close that off. And within the toolbar, we are going to add 3 controls: a title, a toolbar spacer, and a search field. So we'll have our title, spacer, and the search field on the right-hand side. So let's go ahead and add our title and give it the text. Again, from the I18N file, invoice list title. And let's just double check that that is in our I18N file. Yes, there it is there. So that is fine. We can go ahead and close that off. Let's add our toolbar spacer. Perfect, just to close that off. And now let's add our search field with a width of 50% should be fine. And now we need to, in the search attribute, or search event rather, we need to call our on filter invoices event, and let's head on over to our controller, which is where this will be triggered. So in our invoice list controller, we are going to need to bring in 2 more modules. The first one is the SAP/UI/model/filter, and also from SAP/UI/model/filter, except we're going to bring in the filter operator as well. Operator, yes. Then let's bring it into our constructor function. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's go ahead. So here's our onInit event. And we're going to run this on filter invoices event afterwards, on filter invoices, and that's going to be a function. And now we're passing in the event, so we're going to pull some data from the actual event that is getting triggered, and that'll make sense in a minute. So we need to first build the filter array, and what that means is we need to build a filter based on whatever query has come out of that search bar. So whatever the person types in the search bar needs to be put into a filter query and then applied to the model itself. So we start off with, a variable called a filter, and that's blank. Then we need to create our query. And now we're referencing our event, and we're getting a parameter from the query. So we're getting the parameter, the query parameter itself, and then we say if query, so if there is something in the query, a filter dot push, so a standard vanilla JavaScript push method here, new filter, and in this filter, so now this is the SAP part, the filter we're going to call product name. So we're telling it the product name is what we want to filter. Then the next thing is to say the filter operator dot contains. So now the filter operator contains is saying it must contain the values that whatever they've typed in the search bar itself, and we're passing in the query. Perfect. And now we need to do our filter binding. So we create our first variable, which is the list, and we get a reference to this by ID invoice list. Then we need to get a reference to the binding itself, so whatever's bound to this list, i.e. the model, and so we'll call this O binding equals O list dot get binding items. Now remember, when we bound the model to this list, it was bound in the items section or attribute, and so we get a reference to that binding. And what we do then is say O binding filter, and we pass in the filter. And it's as easy as that. So we create our filter over here, and we push the query into the filter itself. So now this A filter has the filter that says the product name must contain whatever's in the search bar. We then get our list, we get whatever's bound to the list, in this case the invoice model, and we tell it binding filter according to this filter. And if we go ahead and save both of these and refresh, we should now be able to type something like pineapple, and it filters based on PINE. And if we had to remove that, let's try milk, and otherwise, there you go, there's your filtering. So now, following on from the previous step of filtering, we're now going to look at sorting and grouping, and we're going to do that in the invoice list view itself. So we're going to sort it and then eventually group it, but we'll sort it first. And all you do is you find in the items attribute, we add a little bit more logic here to allow it to do that. So the first thing is we need to specify the path, and that's obviously our model here and the invoices inside that. Then we need to add a sorter, and inside the sorter we reference a path to whichever column we want to sort. In this case, the product name, for example, but you can sort by any column. And let's just open that up and save that, and it's as easy as that. So we've got the item path, we've got the sorter, we're telling it what to sort by, product name column, and if we go ahead and save, refresh our page, you can see bread, C, M, P, and S, all sorted. And to group it, we are going to go back to the code, and let's change this to shipper name, comma, group attribute, and we set it to true. It's as straightforward as that. So if we go ahead and save, and let's pull up the application, refresh, there you go. Sorted and grouped by shipper name. Right, so in this section, step 26, we're going to look at configuring a remote OData service. But because we're running on our local machine, we are going to configure it and run into an error called a cause error or cross-origin resource scripting, something along those lines. And it's just something that comes with local development in UI5. And you wouldn't normally run into this issue in something like SAP Cloud Platform because you would configure your remote OData service in a destination inside Cloud Platform and then reference that from your app. So if you're working in the Web IDE, that's fine. You can go ahead and create your destination and connect it if you know how to do that. That's out of the scope of this particular course. So I'm just simply going to show you how to do it and run through the steps so you can see how it's done. And then we're going to move on to step 27, where we'll configure a mock server, which is a bit more complicated, but it's the best practice, and also it's a great way to help you to understand your backend service better and prepare your app, etc. Without putting any additional resources on top of your current live remote service that you might be using. So let's go ahead and jump into the code. Now inside the manifest, there are two things we'll need to do. The first one is set our data source, and the second one is create the model using the data source. So we're under sap.app, and under data sources, we're going to call this invoice remote. The URI would be whichever URL you have for your remote OData service. In this case, we are going to pull the Northwind service, which is in the, I'm just going to copy it across from the SAP walkthrough, which is where you can find it. Then you would need to add another attribute called type, and it is an OData type. Then under settings, we're just going to go ahead and add the OData version. And the version is 2.0. And now that we have that, we can then take this data source and build a model on top of it under the SAP UI5 section. Under models, where we've got our I18N model and also our local model, which we'll replace and then put back. So we can delete that, and we just call the data source attribute, and it's as straightforward as that. So if we save and we go back to our application and refresh, obviously it's going to fall over. And if we go to the console by pressing F12, you can see here is this cause error that I was referring to. So this will come up on your if you're obviously building this on your local machine. So you can, on the SAP walkthrough step 26 page, it gives you ways to overcome this. That's out of the scope for this course because at the end of the day, we want to run with our mock server and build our app based on that. So for now, we're going to ignore it. Please feel free to go ahead and use it if you want. Otherwise, next, we're going to move on to creating our mock server. Right, so now what we're going to do is we are going to move on to step 27, where we will configure our mock server. And all a mock server is a little bit of JavaScript, and we would run instead of running our index.html file, we would run a mock server.html file with a few minor tweaks. And it's just a case of taking, for example, our invoice JSON data, which we'll actually remove from here and place in another folder, and we'll just reference the same data, but in a running actual mock server to sort of simulate a proper back-end service. And so obviously this is SAP best practice, and it's highly recommended to do it this way so you can run your stuff locally without touching any data or having to rely on a remote service as well, which could be an issue at times. Let's go ahead and jump straight in and create our indexed HTML, well, our mock server HTML file. To do that, we're going to add to our folder structure, and in doing so, we'll clearly separate the testing logic from everything else. And this might look quite complicated as we go along. Don't worry, follow along as best you can, get it working, and then after that, go back and check and see how things work and connect and how they run through the different steps. Just bear with me in terms of the complexity at this point. It's very much worth it once you get going. So under the web app folder, we're going to create another folder called test. And within test, we are going to add our mock server.html. And we are going to find our index.html. And we're going to literally just copy all the data across for now. Then once we have that, we can start making our changes and distinguishing it from the actual index.html file. We'll add something like SAP UI5 walkthrough test page. Then we just need to adjust our folder structure, our root folder structure here, and then we just need to change the module here to be SAP/UI/demo/walkthrough/test/init mock server. So this will be our JavaScript file where we'll start our process, which will make sense in a minute. So now that that's all done, our mock server HTML page is complete. Now under the same test folder, we're going to create another file called, you heard it, init mock server.js, which is what we're referencing from the HTML file. And in here, we are going to call SAP UI define. And we are going to call another module or file from our local service folder, which we're going to create in a second. Local service, mock server. And once we're in there, we're going to open up our function. And we're going to pass this in. And now that we're in our function, as always, we need to use strict for our JavaScript. And now we're going to initialize the mock server. And we're going to do that by calling mock server up here, mock server.init. And then we are going to initialize the embedded component on the HTML page, which will make sense in a minute. And that we run through just like we did before, pulling in our component at sap.ui.require sap/ui/core/component support. So now we want to make sure our component runs properly. Then we are going to move on from here now that that is complete. Underneath web app, we're going to create another new folder and create our local service. So we create a folder called local service. And under there, we want to first of all add our mock data, which is the JSON data that we've been using for the invoices. So we're going to create another folder called mock data. And under here, we're going to create a file called invoices.json. And we're going to pull everything from here, put it there. and that means we can go ahead and delete our invoices.json file there because we're going to be pulling it from here inside of our mock server. So we can go ahead and save that. Then underneath local service again, we need to create another file called our metadata.xml file. And this metadata file is, it's going to look quite complex, and I'm effectively going to just copy it straight across. All this is deciding the skeleton or the shell of your data. So this, because we're running a mock server, this sort of information is now required to build the JSON model output. And so you'll see things like your keys, the different property attributes. I'm not going to go through too much detail here. You can have a look and understand how it works, and it'll eventually make sense. But it's effectively just your skeleton, your metadata skeleton. So that can sit there, and that's all fine. Now, again, under local service, we're going to create another file called mockserver.js. And again, this mockserver.js is what's coming into our initialize JavaScript section here. So now that we're in our mockserver.js file, we can open up our sap.ui.define, and we need to bring in two modules, the first one being sap/ui/core/util/mock-server, and the next one is sap/base/util/URI parameters. And then we need to open up our function, bring in those two modules here. And open up our function, and as always, use strict. Perfect. And now we want to return, and inside our return, or what we're going to return rather, is our init. And we're going to open up our function. And now we are going to create our mock server. And we're going to create a variable called mock server, and that equals a new mock server. And the root URI is going to be the Northwind URL. So this is almost like our pretend URL that we're going to call, and this is just referencing how we would normally create our service, but then obviously we will actually reference our mock server data instead. So that's all fine there. Then we need to create another variable called URI parameters, and this is going to be a new URI parameters, and we're going to pass in our window.location href. Brilliant. Now we're going to configure the mock server with a slight delay. Configure mock server with a delay, and so we call mock server .config, and inside here we call auto respond true, and then we call auto respond after, and we call URI parameters dot get server delay to actually add our delay in, and we put that at 500, I think it's milliseconds or whatever the case may be. Then we are going to simulate things. So from here we need to grab our path rather. So sPath, our variable sPath equals local service. So this is the path to our local service folder. And then we call mock server dot simulate, and we pass in the sPath plus the path to our metadata.xml, and then we also give it the sPath plus the pathway to our mock data. Mock data. And then from there, we go ahead and start our mock server. Mock server dot start. And that's it. We go ahead and save. And now we can go ahead and test. It seems to not be working. Because we're still calling our original index.html file. No. So because it's located within the test folder, again, this is why it's important to separate your test logic from your sort of normal app itself. It's here and it's in here. So it's quite hard to get to, which means you have to purposely go to it and test it. And obviously when you run your app normally, it's an index.html file. So if we click on that, here we go, it's working. So now our localhost structure changes where we follow the test folder and we call the mock server.html file, and it's clearly separated from our index.html file, which is best practice. So there we are. We are now running a mock server. Right, so now we're going to move on to step 28 or section 28, and that is unit testing with something called QUnit. Now so far we've added quite a bit of functionality, and we probably should have been testing it or creating tests for each bit of functionality as we've gone along. We haven't done that, but that is something that is best practice in pretty much every production app out there. So we're going to go through it, and in this example we are going to go through a QUnit unit test specifically for our statuses. So if you look at the statuses here, we're just going to run through a quick unit test for them. I'm not going to go into too much detail because there is a whole section dedicated to this, and it's a little out of scope for this at this point. So I'm literally going to copy and paste the code across and just explain things very briefly. But this will need its own dedicated section, so we're not going to worry about it too much at this point. So the first thing we need to do is we need to create a unit test to physically run through. So we're going to create a JavaScript file. So underneath our test folder, we're going to create a new folder called unit. Then under unit, we're going to create a new folder called model. And in our model folder, we're going to create a formatter.js file, which is going to house all of our actual testing logic, as it were. So I'm just going to copy this all across. And so there's a few bits and pieces that are quite important, but effectively all that's going to happen is it's going to run the tests based on these parameters, and all that it's going to do is return whether these are correct or not as it receives it back from the resource bundle. And where it does that, so let's just go ahead and save that. Where it does that is from a unit test HTML page, which we're going to create now. So now that we have the logic for our unit test, we go back under the unit folder and we create something called a unit tests.QUnit.html. And this HTML page is going to be the sort of front end of our unit test. So we've got a few scripts here that will make sense in a minute, but otherwise the HTML page is fairly standard. What is going to make sense now is this. So we need to basically create the JavaScript file for this HTML, and that's going to be also under the unit folder, and this is obviously going to be called unit tests.QUnit.js. And in here we're actually going to run the call for our full test. So it's going to basically bring in the formatter test here that we've got here, and it's going to run the QUnit test. So again, lots of detail here. It needs to have its own section for running for the test, but I'll let you guys read through this in your own time. But for the most part, all we would need to do now is go to our app and under test, and then we will go under unit, and we would run the unit test QUnit HTML, and this is the page that you'll get back. So this is the HTML formatting that you would have seen, and here is each of our individual tests returning back essentially what we were looking for. So again, more detailed section will be coming soon, but for now this is the sort of basics. You have an HTML page that runs off this little JavaScript file, which eventually runs the actual unit tests in this file. So now we're going to move on to section or step 29, integration testing with OPA. So just like we did with the QUnit testing, SAP has something called OPA5, which you can use for your integration testing and sort of seeing how things interact in the front end. And the example we're going to run through in this section is seeing if our little hello world dialog opens when we click it. We know it does, but we want the test to run that as well. So just like the test before in step 28, I'm just going to copy and paste the code and sort of talk you through it, purely because these the integration testing, just like unit testing, has its own full section to go through and can get quite detailed. So we're not going to get too bogged down with it now, because we just want to get our app working. Once it's working and running and we've been through this, we can then go back and work on unit testing and integration testing. So so we're going to test the hello world dialog, and to do that we need to go back to our test folder, and we need to create a new folder called integration. And in the integration folder, we need to create something called a navigation journey, which will make sense in a minute. So navigation journey.js, and I'm just going to, like I said, bring the code straight across from the SAP walkthrough. All that happens is we have a bunch of boilerplate code up here, and we have some actions, and these actions are basically going to simulate what happens, in this case, what happens when we click the dialog button and what should happen. So this will make sense now when we call it from the next section. So now we need to create a new folder underneath integration called Pages. And under here, we're going to create a new file called app.js. And in this file, we are going to copy in the code. And all that's happening here is when we describe our actual actions, it's just returning the dialog, effectively returning what happens when you click the dialog button and determining what is a success. And there you can see we're asserting again, just like we did with the unit tests. And then obviously our error messages, whether or not the dialog control was anything happened in terms of the dialog control opening or not. So again, quite a lot of detail here for a separate section, but this is roughly sort of what it's doing. Now we need to create our HTML page and our backup JavaScript file. So underneath the integration folder again, we're going to create an OPA tests.QUnit.html page. And again, copying across fairly standard HTML. Again, this is going to bring up a similar page to the unit test before. Obviously designed for the unit test itself. And now we need to create one more file underneath integration, and that is going to be our OPA tests.QUnit.js. And in here, we're just going to start our unit test, which is going to run those other two JavaScript files. And obviously, it's going to run that navigation journey, which is basically this process. And this process is going to run and call stuff from our app.js file here, which is going to physically run the actual integration testing and decide what happens when what items are returned, if it returns or doesn't, give us an error message, etc. So we can go ahead and save all of these. Oh, I've made a spelling mistake. My apologies, it's OPA. Save that. So let's go ahead and run the test. So we can hop out of here. And instead of a unit test, we go under our integration test folder. And just like we did before, we call our HTML file. And we let it run. And the test came back, the dialog opened. Brilliant, test passed. So now in section or step 30, we are going to look at the debugging tools that SAP have created for UI5 specifically. And they are pretty fantastic because as far as debugging goes, it can be pretty painful, almost like looking for a needle in a haystack. So to have good solid tools to back you up can be really helpful. So again, in this section, it's hard to go into detail because you can have a million bugs and those bugs can look and feel completely different for different people. It also comes down to your experience with whether you find bugs quickly or not. So I'm just going to run through I'm going to break a simple item. You can see it's already broken here, but I'm going to go ahead and break it with you. So we're going to remove this 10 euros here, and we're going to do it like this. So we're just going to change that so it's not extended price, it's a typical spelling mistake. So now if we go and refresh the app, just like it did before, the price is gone. So this is very common and something that could come up. So to bring up the developer tools in Chrome, you would need to install them, so you can find them from the Chrome add-on store. And again, all of these will be linked in the walkthrough itself, the SAP walkthrough under the step 30, so that's fine. I've already got it installed, so it's Control-Alt-Shift-S, and you get these tools that pop up. And there's a whole bunch of stuff here. You get technical information, you have your control tree, different debugging parameters here, a JavaScript trace if you want to run that. You can run performance testing and all sorts of stuff. So there's a lot to do here. But I mean, if you wanted to use it in this case to fix this issue, for example, we can look through our control tree and we can come and look for our, so obviously we're in our XML view and we found our object list item, and you can see we have obviously a whole stack of information here. In this case, we would check our bindings to see what the problem is, and we can see here's quantity, here's product name, and then if you look at extended price, you can see the absolute path doesn't match product name and quantity, for example. So if I just expand this, you can see the absolute path looks like this. Same for product name. Here it's invalid because we haven't spelled it correctly. So I mean, this is something you could quickly scan through to see if you know, as a quick debugging process. So now if we go back to the code and we found it, we change it back and we go ahead and refresh. There, it's fixed. And if we refresh, okay, you'll need to rerun this again. Control-Alt-Shift-S, and under the control tree, back to our object list item, binding info, and you can see the extended price now has its absolute path. So very powerful debugging tool from SAP that you can use to hopefully help you in your any future debugging. Right, so in this section, section 31 or step 21, we are going to move on to the beginnings of routing and navigation. And what we're going to do in this step is we're going to take our example and we're going to add the functionality that says when we click on an item, navigate to a new page. And that comes with a bit of config here and there, including creating a new view, which is going to reuse our current controller, and we're going to extend some of the logic there as well. So we're now getting into the nitty-gritty of what it means to have a sort of master detail style app, but the detail is now sitting in a new page or a new view. So let's go ahead and build it. And the first thing we need to do is jump into the code, and we need to look for our manifest.json file, and in here we need to look for the SAP UI5 section, and under there we need to find our routing section, and if you don't have it you'll need to add it. And under here we're going to start with our global config. And so we are running with three sections here. So I'm just going to lay them out for you so they make sense. We've got the global config, we've got our routes, and then we've got our targets. And these will all make sense as we go along. So for now, let's start off with our global config. And the following attributes need to be added. The first one is we need to call our router class. And that's going to handle all the routing from SAP's side, sap.m.routing.router. Then we need to tell it that the view type that we're going to be using is XML. Again, SAP best practice. Then we need to specify the view path. Oops. And the view path is going to be sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view. That's for our view folder. That's what we're specifying there. Then we need to tell it what control, the ID of our control, and that's going to be the app. So the initial, where is it here? So this app view and app controller over here is going to be where we're going to control all of the routing. But that'll make sense in a minute. And control aggregation. And we're going to set that to pages. And we want it to run asynchronously. So we set that to true. Perfect. Now that we've set that, we can then move on to defining our routes. So within our routes, let's just fix this. These should be square brackets. So within our routes, we need to create our two patterns. And what that means is so just add the first pattern here. So the pattern is the after the slash of your original URL. If there's nothing there, we want it to go to our overview page. But if there's something there like detail or something like that, this is where we're going to specify that. So here's obviously blank. Then we need to give it a name, and that's going to be overview. And we need to obviously tell it a target, which we'll specify in a minute. The target will be the overview page. Perfect. Now we're going to go ahead and add the next pattern while we're here. And that's going to be pattern detail, and the name of that is going to be detail, obviously, and its target, you guessed it, detail. And we're going to specify our target below. So now under our target section, we're going to add our overview. And inside our overview, we're going to give it some attributes. And the first one is the view ID. Now we're starting to link it with the views themselves. The view ID, which is overview, which we haven't created yet, but we will. And the view name is, of course, overview. Now that we have that, we can add the detail target. So detail, open our object, add the view ID, and it's going to be detail because we're now dealing with the detail view. Then we need to add our view name, and that's going to be detail, just like above. Brilliant. So we've now specified these three sections in our manifest, specifying the routes, where everything needs to go, and each of the targets that these routing patterns are referring to. So now we need to go ahead and create the views based on the URLs that we're now specifying, and we need to now initialize the actual router that we've got. So we can go ahead and save that. Then again, back into our component file, and just underneath the set dialog, we are going to create the views based on the URL or hash, and all we're doing is calling this .get router initialize with a Z, and that'll initialize or create our router that's going to control all of this stuff. So now we are going to go into our view folder, and we are going to create a new view, and it's going to be called, you guessed it, overview.view.xml. And in here we're going to open up our MVC view tag. We're going to specify the controller, and this is where we're going to reuse the app controller itself. Controller name equals sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.controller.app, and we're going to add in our XML NS, bringing in our SAP.m library, and we need to bring in the MVC artifacts directly from SAP XML NS, giving it an alias again of MVC, and that's sap.ui.core.mvc, and we close that off, and let's close off the entire view tag, MVC view. Perfect. Now we are going to pull in from the sap.m library the page control, giving it a title from the i18n file. From the i18n file, and we'll call that the home page title. And let's go and quickly add that to our i18n file. And oh, I think we already have it. Ah, there, we already have it. Perfect. We're not going to worry about that then. Lovely. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and close that off. And we're going to add our next control, the header content. We must make sure we close off our page as well, and close off our header content. Perfect. Oops. Now within the header content, we're going to add a button. And we're going to give that some attributes. The first one is the icon, and that's going to be the SAP icon hello world. Whoops. Hello world, and press equals on open dialog. Perfect. So we can close that off, and our header content's done. Now we are going to add our nested views under the content section. Oops. Let's close that off, close that off. And so we call our MVC XML view. Oops, watch my spelling. XML view, and the view name is going to be sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view for the view folder, and our hello panel, and close that off. And next we are going to add the invoice list, MVC XML view, view name equals sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.view.invoice list. Perfect. Now that we have that, we can go ahead and adjust our app view. So our app view is effectively going to be cleaned out. So all that's going to be left is just the app class. So it's going to look like this. And we can actually just close it off like that. Right, so now that's all nice and tidy. Just make sure we save that. And then now we're going to add our detail view. So this is going to be called detail.view.xml. And in here we're going to open up MVC view with our attributes XML ns sap.m and the MVC stuff XML ns MVC sap.ui.core.mvc. Lovely. Close that off. MVC view. And now we're going to open up our page control and add a title equals I18N, and in the I18N we're going to call the detail page title. Let's go and add that to our I18N properties. So detail page, and we'll just call this walkthrough details. Perfect. So let's continue adding our attributes. Oh no, actually that's fine. Within the page, so close off our page. And now we are going to add a object header. And the object header is going to have a title of invoice. Perfect. So all that's going to happen is when we go to our details page, we are just going to see the text invoice. That's all that we're going to do in this step. Now what we need to do is we need to open up our invoice list. And in here, we need to add a new attribute to our object list item that says when it's clicked, do something. And we're going to do that underneath the number state attribute. And all we're going to do is add the type type equals navigation. I just need to add that there. And so we're saying it's the type of the object list item is a navigation type, so that you can click on it. And then we're specifying the press event to equal on press, which will now add to the controller. So now we need to go to our invoice list controller. And in here, we are going to add a new event. So here's our onInit event, onFilterInvoices event, and now on press event, run a function, passing in the event. So when you click, you get a bunch of details and sort of things you need from the event, which you most of the time you'll want to pass through into this function. And so this is where you'll specify that, and we just called it oEvent. You can call it whatever you want, really. And now we're going to create a variable for our router, and that's going to be sap.ui.core.ui component.get router for this, which is our app context. And all we're going to do now is tell it to nav to, detail. That's it. So again, it looks fairly complex, but all we've done is we've added in simple steps to get us to a point where we just tell it to move between the different targets and patterns. And it's just a case of accessing the router itself, which we've initialized before, calling the router using this, and then asking the router to navigate to our detail page. So let's go ahead and test. Just make sure everything's saved. And let's refresh. Right, so there seems to be an issue. Let's take a look at the console. File could not found. Seems to be an issue with our XML. Let's have a look at the appview.xml. Don't know what happened here, but let's put back our MVC view and close that off. And shit, it looks like I forgot to put the ID here as well. That's quite important. We need to give this an ID of app so it knows its ID effectively of the this particular app section. So let's save and refresh and see. Right, there we go. So good start. Now let's click. Okay, there still seems to be an issue. Let's check the console. Uncaught type error, cannot read property interpolative undefined. Let's go back to the code. So this looks fine. So there's probably an issue in the manifest, I'm guessing. So we've got our config, roots, pattern name, target, another spelling mistake. Pattern. I'm almost certain that's the issue. Let's refresh. There we go. Again, check your spelling every single time, even though I'm retyping everything out. It's so easy to make mistakes, so double check your stuff. And again, it's normally the small mistakes that break the worst when you're running through this, because you wouldn't have even picked that up in the debugger. That was just pure spelling there. So now you can see we've navigated to the invoice page, and we can start adding some details from here. So now we are going to move on to section 32, routing with parameters. And what we're going to do is, now that we're in this blank invoice page, we want to display some actual information about the particular invoice that we clicked on. And so we need to pass the context of that across and display it in something like an object list item or something like that. So that is what we're going to do in this step. We're now going to add some details to the detail page. So let's go back to our code. And the first thing we need to do is we need to find the roots in our manifest, and we need to change the pattern. And all we're going to do is we're going to add the invoice path to the pattern itself, which will make sense shortly. Invoice path. Perfect. So now that we have that, we need to go ahead and create or add the details to our detail page. So underneath our detail view, the first thing we need to do is we need to add, because now we need to apply some logic from the controller, we're now going to add a reference to the detail controller. So we reference the controller name, and it's going to be sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.controller and detail for our detail controller in our controller folder. Now that we have that, we want to add some more attributes to our object header. So we're not going to use an object list item, we're just going to run it through the object header. And so all that's going to happen is we are now going to reference the shipper name and product name, and I'll show you where those come from now. So we're just going to add the intro attribute here, open up this, and we're going to reference the invoice, and from this particular invoice we're going to reference the shipper name, and again from the invoice that we've clicked on we want to reference the product name. Perfect. So we're going to see these two bits of information from the particular invoice that we clicked on. So now that we've saved that, we need to go to our controller folder, and we need to create an invoice. Before we do that, before we create the detail controller, we need to go ahead and add the logic, or rather the path that needs to be passed across, or the details that need to be passed across to the detail controller from the invoice list controller. So if we go across here, now this O event comes into play. So as you press or click on the item, it passes in the context with a whole bunch of details that we're going to use to now pass across. So we're going to create a variable called O item, and that's going to be O event dot get source. So now we've got our source, our item made up of the source from the event. And then we need to now pass it across. So we do that in the nav2 method here. As we nav across to detail, we open up over here and we say invoice path, and we pull it from window, encode URI component, and we get that from oitem.get binding context. So we're getting the binding context, and that's going to be called invoice, or from invoice rather, and we get the path, and we want the substring 1. Perfect. So we're now writing on the invoice path here, and we're passing in the binding context, and we're getting all of our details from here, which we're now going to consume from the other controller, if that makes sense. So now we can go to the controller folder again and create our detail controller. Detail.controller.js. And now that we're in here, sap.ui.define, and we need to pull in our controller module and also our UI component. So as always, SAP /UI/core/MVC/controller, and we're going to pass in the UI component as well. Oops. SAP /UI/core/UI component. And we open up our function here, passing in the controller and the UI component. And forgot the comma there. Perfect. As always, use strict. And now again we are going to return the controller, and that's extending this controller sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.controller.detail. Whoops, do not spell that incorrectly, detail. And now that we're in here, we can go ahead and add our controller functions. First one being on init. So when we initialize, function. And now that we're in here, we need to create a router variable, var router equals sap.ui.core.ui component.get router for passing in the application context, and then we need to call router.get root, and we need the root for detail. And now we're going to attach pattern matched, and we're passing in this dot on object matched this. Perfect. So that'll make sense in a minute, but in the meantime let's just add in our private method here, and that's function event this dot get view dot bind element, and the path is set to the base path plus window dot decode URI component. So don't worry if this looks complicated, it will make sense when we read it back now. Event.get parameter arguments dot invoice path, and then we set the model as invoice. So it looks very complicated, and it kind of is to a certain extent, but all we're doing in this section is we're just receiving the context from the previous from the on-click event of that particular item, and we're setting it over here, and all that's happening is we're sort of preparing it for our view to be able to bind, have the aggregated binding attached to it. So it looks complicated, but as you read through, it makes sense. Things like window decode URI component, etc. These are just parameters that you pass into this method. So again, it's all documented and all that sort of thing. So if you really want to understand the detail, you can go ahead and read up on it. But for the most part, it just does what it needs to do. So now that we've got that, we can go ahead and test. So everything is saved. Let's refresh our app. Oh, let's just go back there. Let that run. Alright, so it doesn't seem to be working, and if we look into the console, we don't see anything. So let's see how the binding is. So let's run into our control tree and let's have a look at the details. Right, so there's nothing bound, so perhaps there's something wrong in the XML. Let's go back and look at the code. This all looks fine. This controller was fine. Let's see, MVC control. Spelling mistake, again. Controller name, sap.ui.demo.walkthrough controller detail. Right, let's go back and refresh. Fingers crossed. There we go, it works. Again, spelling mistakes, but there you go. Here are your two details on your detail page. Right, now that brings us into section or step 33, routing back and history. So there's currently no way to, or no button that says when you click here, go back to the original page. We have to use the back arrow in Chrome. So we're going to go ahead and add a back button and the logic that surrounds that. So let's go back to our code and let's close everything here. And the first thing we need to do is we need to open up our detail view, and we need to add or show rather a nav button. So in your page control has a attribute called show show nav button, and we're going to set that to true. And nav, we need to add the nav button press event, and that's going to equal on nav back. Right, now let's go to our detail controller and add the logic to make that back button work. So underneath the detail controller, now that we're here, we can go ahead and create a new method or new event rather, nav back, open up our function. Now we need to grab a few variables. The first one is history, and that comes from, I almost forgot, we need to add the modules first. Apologies. So the module we need to add is sap/UI/core/routing/history, and we need to slot that in here. And now we can obviously access that. So history dot get instance, and then we need to get the previous hash. So we create another variable called previous hash, and from there we reference the history variable we've got and get previous hash. Perfect. Now we add our if statement, and what we're saying is if the previous back hash doesn't exist, we're going to run and get the history from the window itself. Otherwise we're going to use the router and navigate back to overview. So we're handling both scenarios. So is previous hash, is not equal to undefined. So if the previous hash is found or exists, we just call window.history.go -1. So we can just effectively go back one step. That's all that's happening there, and we're calling it from the window here. Else, if that fails for whatever reason, we're going to use our router, and that's router equals UI component dot get router. So we're just getting our router for our context, which is why we add this, because this references our context. And all we do is call oRouter.nav to overview and set that as true. So these are just parameters. Obviously, remember, we can pass parameters back and forth like we did with when we went from the overview to the detail, but we don't need to pass anything back because we're just going back to our overview page. And that's it. Let's see if it works. So we go back, refresh. Let's follow our canned beans. There's our back arrow. There we go. So now we're going to move on to step 34, custom controls. Now custom controls are beyond the scope of this course, but because we're going through the walkthrough itself, I'm just going to copy the code across and just briefly explain what's happening. You can obviously go ahead and create any custom controls you want and explore the functionality there. For us, we're going to keep that for a separate video. So all we're going to do is follow the walkthrough, and when you click on an item, it's going to have a star rating out of 5. So we're going to go ahead and just simply add that and get it to work. So the first thing we need to do in our controller is create a product rating.js file, which is going to handle all of our logic. And we're going to throw in all of the custom code. There's quite a lot of it. We're just going to save. So obviously there's quite a lot going on here, but effectively we're just using the different controls in SAP and sort of gluing them together into sort of a sort of star rating setup kind of thing. And so once we've got this file here, you can go through it, but we're just going to move on from here. We're going to go ahead and save it. And now we need to move on to our detail view, and we're going to bring in this new control. And to do that, we call the XML NS, and we give it an alias of WT, and we call it sap.ui.demo.walkthrough.control, and we can save that. And all we do is we pull in the product rating control here, and we slot it in just at the end of our page, and we can just format that correctly. So we've got our product rating with its ID, some class attributes, and obviously the on rating change event. So what happens when you change your rating, etc. And now we are going to create the controller, or rather we're going to edit the controller for the detail page, and we're going to edit the following. We need to bring in the message toast, module over here, and we need to include that over here. And now that we have this detail, we need to push across So what's going to happen is the rating is going to reset in this case. So we need to make sure that we reset that rating as we go back and forth. So it'll make sense once we're there, but we just need to add it to this. So we're calling this by ID, the rating, which is the rating control, and we just want to reset it. So when we initialize our app and our controller, it's just going to reset the ratings because this is just a sort of test scenario. And then under the onNavBack call, we're going to add the onRating change. Get rid of that. And so all this is doing is it's just basically going to show us, it's going to show us a message here, and it's just going to run through the logic of the custom control. And now we're going to add some bits and pieces to our CSS. And all we're doing is underneath here. And this is just some standard CSS, which we'll see in a few seconds. And just save that. And in the I18N properties, we are going to add a few more things. So the detail page is just going to get the rating confirmation call here to the I18N file. And we're going to add the product rating details underneath. Perfect. So let's have a look and see if it works. Refresh. Right, so let's go ahead and click on one. And it looks like we've run into an issue. It's got the path here, which is fine. So let's check the console. Failed to load SAP UI to walkthrough control. I've put the product rating JS in the wrong folder. So let's go ahead, jump back to the code. Here it is. So what I was supposed to do was under web app, I was supposed to add a folder called control. And this was meant to sit here. That was the issue. So if I refresh, there you go. So we can go back, click on canned beans, and we can rate it. Fantastic. There's our little pop-up there. So again, all of this is handled in the product rating JS controller. The product rating control JavaScript file here. So you can pretty much do anything you want. If you find the standard controls are not good enough, you can have a look through this and see the logic and see what happens. And you can pretty much build anything you want if you find the standard SAP controls are not really enough for what you're trying to do in your project. Right, now in step 35, we're going to look at the responsiveness of our app. And so what we're going to do is we're going to use a standard SAP M table control to to make the app a little bit more responsive so that it can deal with different screen sizes. And we're going to do that in the view. So let's go back to our code. And we need to go to our invoice list invoice list view, sorry. So let's just get rid of all this stuff. So underneath our invoice list view, we are going to, instead of using a list, we are going to use a table control, which also comes from the sap.m library. And let's just close that off. And once we have that, we need to go ahead and add two sections to it. So we're still going to keep our header toolbar and all of that. Plus we've got all of our attributes for the table, including our aggregation binding rather. So underneath the header toolbar here, we're going to add the column section. And here we're going to specify each individual column that we want it to appear. So let's open up that control there. And underneath columns, we have a column binding. So we're going to have a few of these column bindings. And under here, we are going to have a few attributes. So the first one is horizontal align equals end. Then we're going to have minimum screen width. So we're specifying the absolute minimum screen width that this control can be viewed in. And that's going to be small. And the demand pop-in is going to be set to true, so we'll allow that. Width is going to be set at 4 EM. So these are just sort of specifics that we're adding, but you can obviously change these to see what happens. And we can go ahead and close that off. And we just need to close off our column section. And now we are going to specify a text control, and the text attribute for that is going to be from our I18N file, and we're going to set that as column quantity. And so we can go ahead and add that in to our file for now. So let's actually just get that started. So this will actually go under the invoice list here, and this will be called quantity. Quantity. Brilliant. So now that we have this text control in here, we can move on to the next one. So again, specifying column, closing that off. Oops, column, and we're not going to worry about any attributes in this column. We're just simply going to call our text. We're going to simply add our text control again with the text attribute I18N. Oops. I18N, and this is going to be column name. So, oops, let's just make sure we close that off, and we can take that, pop it into our I18N name. Perfect. No, there we are. Then we are going to add the column status. So again, opening up a new column, and here we are going to specify the minimum screen width as well. Min screen width equals small, and demand pop-in equals true. So again, this demand pop-in is just saying that if the column, if it's too small for the column to appear, it's going to allow you to basically choose to see it if you want to. So that's obviously set to true. You can also set that in the table control as well to apply to all columns, but we're going to do it for each specific column. And we're just going to close that off. Whoops. And we're going to add our text control, text attribute, and again, I18N, and this is going to be column status. And we'll copy that, put that here, equals status. Make sure we save as we go along. And just close off our text control there. Now we're going to move on to the supplier column. And again, we are going to set the minimum screen width equals, and we're going to set this to tablet. So the minimum screen width it will show on is up to tablet. So on the phone it won't, on a mobile device it won't. And the demand pop-in is going to be set to false. So we're going to remove that functionality. So we can go ahead and close that up. Close up our column. And we can add our text control with the text attribute calling I18N and column supplier, copying that to our I18N properties and setting that to supplier. Whoops. And let's go ahead and close that. And now we're going to add the final column rather, which is price column. And we're just going to H-align or horizontal align to the end. So it's going to sit on the right. Oops, column. And close that off. And all we're going to do is add the final text control with the text attribute from our I18N file. I18N and column price. I just need to change that as well because I haven't spelled it correctly. So that's going to be column supplier, and that's going to equal price. Perfect. Right, so now we have all of our columns set with all of their different attributes depending on screen size, and whether or not we can actually open the column itself with the pop-in. And everything's referenced in our I18N file. Now we need to sort out our items. And to do that, we need to call something that is known as the column list item. Column list item. So we can actually basically get rid of most of this. And then, or let's just comment it out for now so we can refer back to it if we need to. So under the column list item, we're just putting in some attributes, and the first one is it's going to be navigation so that we can click on it, and we're going to do press, and obviously that's the on press event just like we've used before, and we're going to close that off. No, close it off out here. And now that we've got that, we should close it off underneath. Perfect. And once we're in here, we can then call the control called cells, where we're going to specify what we see within the cells themselves. Close that off. Lovely. So now we're going to add all of the bits and pieces that we had before. So the first thing is we're going to add an object number. We've got to open that up properly though. And the object number is set with our I18N file. And we're going to call the invoice quantity. Notice we're doing this in the order of the columns. So the first one is the quantity, and we're setting this as emphasized, as false. Right, now we're going to do the next column, but the actual cells, and this is going to be an object identifier with the title attribute of apologies, this is not the I18N, this is now from our model. Please ignore that previous part. This is actually from the model itself, and we're calling it like that. So from the invoice model, pull the quantity field. It's very important. So now again, we're going to call the invoice product name, and we can close that off there. And now we're going to open up a text control with the text attribute. And under here, we're going to put a path to our invoice status, and we're going to add our formatter, just like we did before. So path, and that comes from the invoice model and status, and pulling in the formatter, and our formatter is located at this part, or this under this part of the folder structure, and we're calling the method status text, just like we did before. And now that we have that text control, we can go ahead and close that off. And now we want the shipper name for the next column, another text control, text attribute, pulling it again from the model, invoice model, shipper name, close that off. And now we are going to pull in the extended price. So object number, and again, these are all just different controls which you can read the documentation on, that you can use within the table itself. Object number, and we pull in the number, and now we can specify the parts, and in here we're going to reference the path to the so now we're bringing in the extended price, but we're also bringing in the currency as well, so that we can apply the formatting to that. So invoice extended price, and now that we have that, we can add the path to invoice, just close that off, invoice, currency, so again, I'm not pulling the currency from the invoice model. In our controller for the invoice list, we created a model there, which is where we got our currency from. So that comes from our view, or the view is the name of the model that we created, and we're pulling in the currency. Brilliant. So that's all there. And now we're going to type it with our SAP data type, sap.ui.model.type.currency. And we're going to include our format options. So we've done this all before, we're just redoing it for this particular table control, and show measure is set to false. So again, we're running it all through this section, so just like we did before. And now that we have that object number here, that's all sitting fine. Now, once we move past the show measure, we can close off the format options, and then we can go ahead and jump down to here where we'll add our unit, and that will be from our view model that we created in our controller, and adding in our currency, and the state, just like we did before, is going to be an expression bound. And it's going to be determined using expression binding. So that runs there, and we use the dollar symbol to call the extended price from our invoice to be compared, extended price, and we're saying if it is greater than 50, evaluate, if true, give it an error or make it red effectively, and make it green with the success, SUCCESS, perfect, and we can close that off. So you'll remember all of this complex logic was here in our object list item, and we no longer need that because we're now handling all of it in our table. So table, underneath the items, we have our column list item and our cells. All of our cells are here in the order that we placed our columns. Simple as that. And save our R18N properties. So now, let's see if it worked. Refresh. So it still looks like we've got an issue. Let's have a look at the console. Right, it seems to be an XML issue. So we put out a lot of XML, so there probably is something wrong. Okay, so it looks like this isn't closed off. We haven't closed off our text control. Brilliant. So let's double check our app again. Fantastic, it's all working here, but something's wrong with our supplier. Why is that not coming through? So let's go ahead and check the code again. And let's find the shipper and see text invoice, spelling mistake again. It's supposed to be invoice shipper name. So let's save that and have a look again. There you are. Fantastic. So now you can see everything's in a nice little neat table. And if you were to test this on a tablet or mobile device, you can see how things would change. So if we had to press F12 and click on this toggle device toolbar and refresh, you can see how it changes it. And having it in this table control allows it to still be viewed, but we only have certain columns available depending on the screen size. So we can go ahead and close that. And there you are. Now in this section, step 36, we're going to go through device adaptation. So we're going to adapt the UI based on the device that you have. So in this example, we're going to make the panel collapsible, and we're also going to hide the button on certain devices, the Hello World button. So let's go ahead and dive straight in. The first thing we need to do in our code is find the Hello Panel view. No, that's here we are. Hello Panel view, and in here we need to find our panel section, And let's just tidy this up. And all we're going to do is we're going to set two properties. First of all, we're going to set expandable, and that we're going to set based on our device model, which we're going to create shortly. And that's going to be system phone. So the device model is going to house this variable here, and this field here rather, and that's going to determine whether or not this is actually expandable. And we're going to say expanded is going to equal here, so we probably pulling in the expression binding here again, and we're just saying that it's not, the expanded is going to not equal whatever the value is from the device model. So we now call $, and we call device, and whoops, system/phone. So when we do this model, it'll obviously make more sense. So we've now set that up, and now for the button, we want to say only visible on desktop. So all we do for that in the button is to add another class, SAP UI visible. Oops, I've got to put it in quotes. Visible only, only on desktop. So we've got that class as well. Super. So let's now dive into our component where we're going to create our device model. Component. Now that we're in component, we need to add the device model here and bring in the modules. So that is going to come from SAP/UI/device. And we need to bring in the device model here. And let's go ahead and set the device model over here. So set device model, and we're going to create a variable for the device model, and it's going to be equals new JSON model device, which we've now pulled in, and the O device model. We're going to, obviously we need to set the binding. It only needs to be one-way bound, which is fine. Set default binding, and that's going to be set as one way. And then this dot set model O device model, and we'll give it an alias of device. Perfect. So we've just now again set the model to our context, and now we need to look at the let's save that first. Now we need to jump into our detail view. So in our detail view here, we need to find our object header. And within the object header, we are going to specify the responsive attribute and set that to true. And we want full screen optimized equals true. And now we are going to move a few things around, and we're going to set the number like this, and we're going to set the parts, so similar to how we did this in the overview page. We're going to set the path, and we're going to link that to our invoice model extended price, and we want to pull in our currency just like we did before. So we add in our path, and from the same view model, we pull in the currency. And now that we have that, we add the type, and it's obviously a currency type, so SAP UI.model.type.currency, and adding in our format options. We call show measure and set it to false. And now that we have that, we want to add the number unit, and we set that again to the currency from our view model. Perfect. So now that we have that, we've got our number unit, intro and title. Now we are going to add some attributes. So let's just open up our object header here first, or close it rather. Object header. Now here we're going to add a new control called attributes. And we're going to close that off. And under here, we're going to add some object attributes. And the first one is object attribute. And that's going to have a title of I18, put that in quotes, of I18 in quantity title, and quantity title. So let's just take that and add it to our I18 in properties, equals QUanTITY. And back here we are going to say, that's the title, and then this is the text attribute, which is going to be from our invoice model, the quantity itself, quantity. And we can close that off, and we just take this and close it off under here. Perfect. And now we're going to add one more object attribute and give that a title for the date. So I18 in date title, and let's go put that in our I18N file. Set that to date, save. Then we're going to add the text attribute, which is going to be a formatted shipped date, and we're going to format it just like we did for our number here. So that's going to look like this. Specify the path, and it comes from invoice shipped date, And then we're going to specify the data type, which is going to be date. sap.ui.model.type.date. And we're going to add some formatting options. Format options. And under here we're going to say style long, and the source is going to contain the pattern we want, pattern, and the pattern is going to be year dash month dash date time hour and seconds. Perfect. So that's fine. Close that off, save. So that is our attributes done. So we've now added a bit more detail to our detail page. Now we need to jump into our detail controller. Under here, detail controller. And now we need to add the model, just like we did for the other controller, for the view, where we add this view model with the euro currency in it. So we're going to now add the module first. SAP/UI/model/JSON/JSON model. And we're going to put that there, JSON model. And now on the init function, all we're going to do is create the model. So var view, well, we create a variable first for the view model, and that's going to equal a new JSON model. And we're going to set an attribute to currency as euro. Now that we have that, we're going to set the model to the view. So this .get view .set model view model with an alias of view. So we can pull that in, and we can go ahead and save that. And we've added in our I18N properties. So this will actually be order date, so we can save that. So let's go and see if it works. Go ahead and refresh. Right, it seems we've run into an issue, which is fine. Let's see. Failed to load component for container. Reason ODevice model set default binding. This is meant to be set default binding model. My apologies. So if we go back to the code, we need to jump into our component, and where it says ODevice model.set default binding, needs to be mode. It's default binding mode, which is one way. So let's save, refresh. Right, it seems we've run into another issue, so let's check the console again. It is an XML issue in the hello panel, so let's go and take a look at that. Hello panel, header text, expanded. There should probably be a space there. Icon, text, press, oops, press, class. Apologies. These need to be in the same quotation marks. And I think that should fix that. Let's just save, refresh. And there we are. So now that we've got our panel and everything, let's take a look and refresh it. So now when you go into your mobile mode or mobile device mode, you can see this panel is here. And what we've done is we've now controlled or we've decided what the controls look like and can do on different screen sizes. So if we had to get out of the console and refresh, the panel goes back to normal. So now in step 37, we're going to look at content density, and we're going to adjust the content density based on the user's device, which means you could have a mobile device with touch enabled, so you'd want your buttons and things to be a bit bigger, or your items in your table to be a bit bigger. Perhaps you want them to be a bit smaller and more compact on a larger screen like a laptop, so you can get more information in. So we're going to go ahead and add that functionality in. So let's jump into the code and let's get our component open. And in here, we're going to find our init function. And just after it, we are going to call get content density class, and we're going to run a function off that, where we are going to do the following. We're going to say if this dot underscore s content density class. So if a content density class doesn't exist, we need to add it. So we're going to say if the device dot support touch. So if the device doesn't support touch, we need to set the density class to compact. So this dot underscore s content density class, let's set that there, content density class is going to equal SAP UI size compact, else this dot underscore s content density class is going to equal cozy. SAP UI size cozy, and once we've run through that, we are going to go ahead and return this dot underscore content density class. Oh, sorry, RETURN. And that is that. If that opens there, perfect. So that's fine. So we're just determining whether or not we need to return the compact or cozy density class based on our logic here. So now that we have that, let's run to our app controller. And in our app controller, we're going to add the onInit event function, and let's just add our comma. And within this function, we are going to say this dot get view dot add style class, and we're going to reference our component, this dot get owner component, and we're going to get the content density class. So get content density class, and that's fine. So we're just literally going to add the style class based on the what's happening in that logic in our component here. So we're calling this. Now let's go ahead and find our hello dialog.js, and in here we are going to add the sync style class module SAP/UI/core/sync style class, and we're going to bring that in, and now when we when we're loading our fragment, all we're going to do is we're going to send through the settings. So we're going to forward the compact or cozy style into the dialog. So we call sync style class, and we pass in our OView controller, get controller, and get owner component, and we are going to get content density class, and we are going to set the view and the dialog. Dialog, and let's just make sure I've opened this up. There we are. That's the problem. So sync style class, getting the content density class for the view and the dialog. We can save that. Now we need to jump back into our manifest, and we're looking for the SAP UI5 section, and now we want to find the content densities over here, and we're now going to turn them on, have them available in the manifest. So let's go ahead and see if it's now shrunk in desktop mode these items. So these should appear a little bit thinner. And there you go. So it might be hard to see, but effectively these, because we're now in this state and we're not on our mobile device, it's shrunk these a little bit. And so the content density has been changed based on the device. So now the final section, or step 38, is going to be accessibility. And all we're going to do is we're going to add some ARIA attributes and that's accessible rich internet applications. That's what that stands for. And all they are they're a set of attributes to make things as readable as possible for people that battle to use computers, people who might be visually impaired. We're going to try and make the app as readable for them as possible. So let's go ahead and jump straight in, and we're going to first jump into the overview.xml, and once we're in here we're going to add a landmark info control. And what we're going to do is underneath the page we need to add landmark info, and we are just going to go ahead and close that off. And once we've done that, we're going to add something called a page accessible landmark info control. So page accessible landmark info control. Oh, and let's just close that off. And from here, we're going to just add some attributes. And so we've got root role, and that's set as region. Root label is going to be set as I18N, and it's going to be the overview. Overview root label, and let's just go ahead and add that to our I18N file over here. So overview page, and the root label is going to be overview page, and we're also going to have a overview header label. Oops. And that's going to be header, and we're also going to have an overview content label to label our content, and this is just going to be header, and this is just going to be page content. So these are just the labels we're going to have for the different sections, which you'll see now when we run the page. And we've got a rating title for rate the product. Perfect. So we've specified all of those. So we've got our root label here, and we are going to then specify the content role, which is going to be main, and we've got the content label specified from our I18N file as the overview content label, and the header role is going to be set to a banner, which will make sense when we actually refresh the app, and the header label will be set as, again, I18N overview header label. So we've got all of our different labels here, which is perfect. Root label, header label, content label, brilliant. So we've saved that. Now we need to jump into our invoice list view, and in here we need to find, or we're going to add a panel at the top and specify a few bits and pieces. So we need to open up a panel here, and we've got our accessible role set to region, and we can close that off. So let's close off our panel here. And now we need to add in a header toolbar. Header toolbar. And we just want to close that off as we go so we don't forget about it. And underneath our header toolbar, we want a toolbar. Also go ahead and close that off. Lovely. And now we are going to add a title control with the text attribute from our I18N file, and it's the invoice list. Oops, it needs to be in quotes. That's going to be the invoice list title, which we've already got. Close that off. Then we're going to add in our toolbar spacer to separate things out. Toolbar spacer. And now we are going to call a search field. I mean, it's just... So we now add a search field with a width of 50%. And when we search, we're going to run it on filter invoices. That's the event. On filter invoices. Lovely. And aria labeled by search field label. Search field label. So now we're adding in these different labels, which you'll see appear shortly. Labeled by, oh sorry, aria described by search field description. And we're just going to add a placeholder. And that's going to come from the I18N search field placeholder. And do we have that? The I18N search field placeholder. Search field placeholder. No, so where is it? Let's go ahead and just add it. Fine. So that's all good. And now we just close this off and everything is fine. So now we've got our new panel holding our table and header toolbar. And now we've got our label and our description here ready to go. So now we need to jump into the Hello Panel view. And under here, we are going to add, oops. Oh, come on. We're going to add the accessible role, or we're going to add the accessible role region. Brilliant, so that's going to be included as well. And so, let's go ahead and see if it works. Alright, it looks like we have a small issue. Let's F12 into the console, and it looks like something's wrong in the, where is it? In the overview view, so the XML. So let's close this and have a look in our overview and see everything's fine. Okay, this is white, which means I haven't closed this off. Let's see if that worked. So now when we refresh the page, you'll see once we can press Alt-Shift-L. Obviously, you need to install something like the Landmarks Control extension in the Google Chrome store, where you can find that. That'll be linked in the walkthrough itself, but I have it installed already. So if I press something like Alt-Shift-L, you can see I have all my different sections laid out here, and that's pretty much it. So you can add these wherever you need them, and it helps for people who are, for example, visually impaired to sort of navigate around and yeah, better use your app. Alright, so that wraps up this full UI5 course covering the basics of building a UI5 application. I hope it's helped you at some point, and well done if you managed to make it through from step 1 all the way through to the end. As always, if you need access to any of the steps or code bits, you can find them on the GitHub repository, which will be linked down in the description. Plus, again, you can always refer back to the SAP documentation and the SAP walkthrough, which will have pretty much everything you need on top of what I've covered here. If you have any questions, please feel free to comment down below and I'll help where I can. But otherwise, don't forget, if you liked the video, please hit that like and subscribe button. And as always, thanks for watching.